Morning, everyone. I hope you all had a restful evening and are ready for another productive day of our meeting. Yesterday was a very productive day. We received a thorough update from the CTCN Secretariat on their activities over the past year and had the opportunity to discuss the priorities and initiatives planned for 2025. We also had updates from several UNFCCC bodies on their ongoing collaborations with the CTCN. Today, we will receive important updates on several key matters, including engagement with NDEs, the technical assistance portfolio, and post-implementation follow-up, capacity building programs, and we will conclude the day with an update on the CRD and D activities and the presentation on the strategy for 2030. With this overview, I wish us another productive day. Let us now proceed to the first agenda item. Dear colleagues, as we experienced some delays yesterday, we have agreed to accommodate the remaining presentation from agenda item 17 during a brief session this morning. Thank you everyone for your understanding and cooperation. Now we will move to Adaptation Fund. We have Marcus Johansson with us here today. Marcus, welcome. And Marcus, please take the floor.
Thank you. I think the slides will be uploaded from the front there. Thank you. So good morning, participants, parties, observers, and partners. So the Adaptation Fund wants to express its gratitude to the distinguished members of the CTCN and its advisory board who enable us to participate here as an observer and to share some updates of the Adaptation Fund and some thoughts around our ongoing collaboration and partnership. And since long, CTCN is an active and valued collaboration partner under the Adaptation Fund's work in developing its innovation pillar. CTCN and the AEF have a strongly aligned objectives with the missions to further development of resilience driven by the needs and priorities of the developing countries. So I think I will begin with a general overview of the fund's work. So next slide, please. So here is just a general overview showcasing that the fund's projects are deployed under the strategic pillars of action, innovation, and learning and sharing, including local capacity building, technical assistance, and readiness efforts. And most recently, a window for locally led adaptation was established as well under their action pillar. And it's worth noting here that we also have several cross-cutting issues going through the funds, or embedded in all the funds' work. Locally led adaptation and of course gender equality, scaling and replication, and so on and so forth. And I think we can move into the next slide. So this is a regional breakdown of the AF projects. Currently, the Adaptation Fund consists of 183 projects spreading across more than 110 countries in 6 continents, across a multitude of sectors and themes. And nearly 50% of the portfolio is in LDCs and SIDS. And the total amount approved to this project is about $1.25 billion. And the fund sees a growing demand for its climate adaptation interventions with over $420 million in active pipeline. which is encouraging to see. And the majority of our grants go to local partners and vulnerable communities for locally led adaptation solutions. And you see here that the majority of the projects are in Asia Pacific, Africa, but also Latin America. And we have a few projects in Eastern Europe, but also a few multi-regional projects where we also see the AFSIA projects under the innovation work. So next slide, please. Here's an overview of the funding windows again, and worth noting that we have a new LLA window as well. And when it comes to the innovation windows here, we have a newly installed learning grant. It's worth noting where we are bundling small innovation interventions with learning. Consolidate this to basically we want to encourage learning and sharing and proof of concept for small innovation grants. And here we also see the readiness work, which at the bottom, which is how we want to support preparatory work for the partners going into its interventions. We can move to next slide, please. And here then we have the fund's innovation funding window, which is particularly relevant and interesting for CTCN and its work. Yeah. And here we have three modalities. We have the small grants through one of course is at the bottom we have the AFSIA small grants mechanism, which UNEP CTCN is active in since long. And then we have on top an individual small grants up to 250,000 USD. And we have the large grants window as well. And one could say that the innovation funding window, it's aimed at scaling. So here we want to take and encourage a little bit more risk and try to showcase what's working and also test and try out in very complex and high risk environments. Ideally scale up through our own large grant facility, but as well as into the work of other funds, GCF and others, where we have a scale-up framework established. And I can mention here, when it comes to the AFSIA small grants mechanism, here we have extended our outreach to a wider array of stakeholders. This means that the small grants are also accessed and directed towards non-accredited actors, such as local governments, NGOs, entrepreneurs, private sector, and researchers in vulnerable countries. And we can move into the next slide. Thank you. Here we see the AFSIA partners, the so-called AFSIA partnership. And here we have, of course, then UNEP CTCN, which now starts its second phase of or a new program. Where CTCN and UNEP will support and test 40 climate adaptation technologies while expanding towards the scale and adopt a national system innovation approach. And it includes incubation and an acceleration phase where the national systems of innovation for 10 innovation adaptation technologies are established and improved. This program has yet not started, but you see that it follows upon a previous program that is still about to end. We heard briefly about it yesterday. And you also see the other partners here. We have UNIDO with a program catalyzing SMEs to the benefit of innovation for adaptation. This program is yet to begin. WFP have started its program focused on innovation for to curb food security or promote food security, also through entrepreneurs and startups. And we have an early on program by the UNDP. And of course here we see that the UNEP and the CTCN will coordinate this partnership, which is a very important function aimed at enhancing the performance and impact of the AFSIA program by coordinating its programming, monitoring, and learning activities. And we have a few also incoming proposals from SPC and SPREP, which are located in the Pacific region. We can move to the next slide. So, when it comes to synergies in between the fund and CTCN, we see several ones. And to begin with, we see that CTCN's technology transfer services strongly complement and strengthen the fund's grant modalities for developing and diffusing innovative adaptation practices, tools, and technologies under its innovation funding windows. However, I think we could also see beyond only the innovation funding window. And we also acknowledge that in the fund that adaptation technologies cannot be one size fits all, and our approach is just like CTCN demand-driven, rooted in local context and vulnerabilities, and this aligns well with what you do here. And furthermore, quite a few of the fund's projects exemplify that the multidimensional approach to technology, spanning development, contextual adaptation, and effective transfer to capacity building and policy alignment, is very common, and this further enhance why CTCN's deep expertise and experience in this space is so valuable for the fund's work. Also, I would like to mention that in the second medium-term strategy spanning from 2023 to 2027, it is explicitly stated that the fund is encouraged to continue its innovation facility through various deliverable modalities, including to explore alignment and synergies with the UNFCCC technology framework, including the TSA and the TAPS. And also, it's worth noting that the fund will soon start preparing its new strategy, which will begin in 2028. And this will then also open up for dialogue about how CTCN's work under the technology mechanism also could be included in the new strategy to serve the fund's innovation work and beyond. So we welcome that dialogue. Of course, we will start this work within the coming year, I would say. Also, important to note, which aligns also well with what the CTCN is doing, we view technology broadly, not just hardware, but system, platforms, information services, mechanisms, nature-integrated technologies, and also the soft side of technology, system, data, and so on. And also, finally, here I would like to mention that we are now seeing an uptick in the use of geospatial tools, renewable powered systems, early warning platforms, and early warning and climate and nature integrated technologies. We can move into the next slide. And when it comes to developments under the work we do, and also together with the CTCN in strengthening technology ecosystems and NSI through innovation, we could highlight here that one of the most important recent developments here is that the fund just recently revised its strategic results framework to focus more clearly on strengthening long-term adaptation to climate change, including institutions and systems for innovation. So the focus is thereby no more emphasized on the various stages of innovation, and also we are focusing more on the alignment with the locally based and led adaptation. And well, we can also say that to prepare these revisions, consultations with our innovation partners were undertaken, including with UNEP CTCN. And this has been quite valuable and very appreciated from our side. And of course, we are also happy to have deepened the partnership with the new UNEP CTCN program and the planned coordination services. And also we see that the fund's innovation portfolio is gradually becoming more and more mature, which will bring valuable evidence for how to develop the fund's innovation work for the future. And I think in the respect to CTCN, is then well placed to be an integral part of the more developmental work and the discussion under the innovation pillar. So we welcome a continuous ongoing dialogue on how to best advance innovation for adaptation with CTCN, also on a more strategic level. Furthermore, AF projects are categorized by flexible and low-cost solutions, which demonstrates the fund's emphasis on practical, scalable technology and inclusive tech transfer models involving youth, indigenous communities, and local SMEs. And together, these examples reflect the fund's commitment to technology as a pathway to long-term adaptation, where success depends not just on innovation, but on its translation into tools, institutions, and communities that can carry this forward. So this pathway will continue to be an important aspect of the innovation work at the fund. And we are also engaging in dialogues with tech and innovation and research actors to bridge knowledge gaps and scale impact. And it's also well noted from the fund side that the CTCN has an ambition and is engaging with research and academia. It's appreciated as this sector is believed to have underutilized and great potential to build a case for adaptation. And of course, this also holds true for the private sector, which ingenuity and innovation should be sought to unlock and unlocked for climate adaptation purposes. And we also engage in dialogues with other organizations in respect to the research, academia, and so on, like WIPO, AfriLabs, GSMA, and research institutions to bridge gaps in policy, IP management, and community access to innovation tools. We can move into the next slide, please. So when it comes to learning and sharing, to begin with, we see that it will continue being a crucial pillar at the AF, and the importance of learning and share will continue to grow alongside an increasing portfolio of work. And we also here acknowledge that CTCN's experience, expertise is strongly supporting the case for adaptation and scale up through innovation. And we would be happy to continue explore how to develop and package knowledge and learning products that could inform and the work of the fund and perhaps also beyond the innovation window. And we also see an opportunity here to collaborate with CTCN here to generate evidence of feasible pathways for innovation or adaptation, but also how to connect it to the localized approach at the fund, the locally led adaptation agenda, to really make the local innovation system at the ground, and also connect it to the national systems and the sectoral systems. And as well, here under the coordination services, there is great potential for CTCN to contribute to more of the developmental work of learning and sharing, and also KM products. And we would be happy to explore how we could utilize this partnership in the learning and sharing space, and to see how we could not only inform the fund's work beyond the innovation, but also the adaptation community. And we can move into the next slide, please. Thank you. Also, I would like to mention that, which is also something, the capacity building in innovation for adaptation, which is of course something that is close to what CTCN is doing. In the fund's ongoing dialogue with our implementing entities and the countries, we have identified that to build the innovation capacity and the enabling environment are high on the list of needs, and it suggests that this should remain a main area of focus for the fund going forward. And here, again, we believe that there are various entry points for collaboration in between the fund and CTCN. We note that there is limited capacity among local stakeholders to source, ideate, and identify innovations even for adaptation at the ground. And there is a need to develop human capital and innovation expertise among local actors, including communities, regulatory bodies, and investors, and it's crucial for viable innovations. And this lacking innovation capacity leads to difficulties in advancing local innovation. It hinders project applications and increases the risk of low-quality proposals. And while the fund is strictly country-driven, it may not give much room for direct policy advocacy. The innovation windows could continue to enable and encourage support of national innovation systems. This is a way of doing this, advocate for a transformative work at the countries. And for this reason, to continue the support of fostering innovation ecosystems at regional and national levels is quite important, and also to continue strengthening and forge partnerships with innovation expert organizations like CTCN will remain quite important for the fund future innovation programming and advocacy. The fund continuously explores how to best build the capacity among its implementing entities through its readiness team. So the readiness efforts are various. It could be seminars in our countries, it could be webinars and so on, and to fill the gaps, the capacity gaps, and we would be happy to explore how CTCN could take a more prominent role together with our readiness team here. And we also welcome a continued exploration how to do joint activities during events and seminars. For instance, of course, the COP, but also other events. We have ongoing dialogue how we could collaborate under the future, the coming innovation days, which is included under the Adaptation Futures Conference, and which this year is taking place in Christchurch, New Zealand. So, as we see, there is great potential under the collaboration with CTCN, and we welcome continued dialogue across various areas and ways of strengthening this partnership. And we are looking forward to continue this work here today and also onwards. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. We'll move to the last presentation of this agenda item. I'd like to call Karina Barrera from the Adaptation Committee. Karina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation and for your insights about adaptation. I have two questions. The first one is related, how do you consider to CTCN in the framework of the Adaptation Fund? CTCN is a delivery partner because you have, in the case of APSIA, more delivery partners like UNDP or something else, and you are allocating more projects with UNDP than CTCN, for example, in APSIA case. What is for you, in this case, CTCN on one hand? On the other hand, what is the impact that you are achieving allocating this fund? Are you impacting more in the implementation of the adaptation plans? Where is the impact? When you can show us the impact of the adaptation fund, for example, maybe in the implementation of the NDC in the adaptation chapter or adaptation plans. If you have more information about that, I will be very thankful for that. Thanks.
Thank you for your questions. Well, to begin with, when we work with our countries, we are always encouraging the alignment with any kind of climate strategies and plans, including the NAPS and the NDC work and so on. So this is always a part of the Adaptation Fund's work. But yes, so when it comes to the work with UNEP CTCN, here it was the work with the innovation funding modality, which there is explicit advantages to collaborate with the technology mechanism, as even though we have a quite wide definition of innovation, we also see that technology is often something that is embedded in the adaptation solutions, and it is therefore quite a important aspect of the work of the innovation modality. So, but if you would like to have more information, we could of course set up a bilateral meeting. I would be happy to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, Carrera, I would request that you go ahead with your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the space to present the work that the Adaptation Committee has been doing. Could you change the slide, please? Thank you. The Adaptation Committee is working since 2010, as is the Global Voice on Adaptation, working to drive forward coherent UNFCCC action on adaptation worldwide by providing expert guidance, enhancing outreach, and supporting the implementation of the Paris Agreement. The work of the Adaptation Committee is related to 5 core functions. One is providing technical support. Another one is sharing relevant information, promoting synergy and engagement, considering information communicated by the parties to their monitoring and review of adaptation actions, and providing information and recommendations to the Conference of the Parties. These are the main activities that we are promoting. The next one, please. And then the Adaptation Committee is always talking about the four, in this case, the cycle, the 4 steps of the cycle of adaptation. But sometimes we said, this is the cycle of adaptation, but we don't understand what does it mean. And the first part is to assess impacts and vulnerability and risks. Sometimes it should be very, maybe high-level thinking. However, this is one of the main constraints of the parties at the moment to develop the adaptation plan. For example, with the money from the GCF, the impacts, vulnerability, and risk sometimes for countries takes 3 years to implement this part, just to assess and understand what are the vulnerability and risk models. Sometimes the lack of information is one of the main constraints, and the technology is maybe one of the most valuable things that should be supporting this part of the adaptation. Then the second part is to develop the adaptation plans, and the GCF readiness has supported to build these documents. Then the implementation, adaptation measures are the next step, and finally the monitor and evaluating the adaptation. These are the four pillars of the whole cycle of the adaptation, and the Adaptation Committee is working on this cycle. Next, please. What we have been doing during this last time, we launched in the COP29 the 30 years of adaptation under Convention of the Paris Agreement. Is the report of the last report. Is a very comprehensive report, offers readers an overview of the history and evolution of the adaptation under the UNFCCC process. I recommend you to read. You have very valuable information on this. The other important document that we have been promoting with the indigenous platform, we work together and we develop a policy brief, including the progress, good practices, and lessons learned, challenges and opportunities in the application of traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples and local knowledge systems in adaptation. We understand that it is not enough, but when we talk in the Adaptation Committee that we should recognize the efforts of the indigenous knowledge in the adaptation system, we decided to develop this document. It's interesting, and we recommend you to read and how to include this in the technology framework. The next one. This initiative is very important. We launch an interactive portal of the state of adaptation action by parties. This portal contains information on adaptation action reported by parties under the Convention and Paris Agreement. Each country profile in this portal includes information about the adaptation cycle that I mentioned before, information of means of implementation, and more. One of these filters in the portal is the status of countries' technology needs assessment in relation to the adaptation technologies. If you want to know what is happening in each one of the countries, you can understand if you just click in one of these documents. We have 155 profiles in this portal. However, it has been a long process, more than 1 year of work, because we need, first of all, to include the information, then to validate with the parties, and now this tool needs to be updated during the time. So many challenges have been developed during this time. I recommend you to read, maybe, for example, I was checking in Latin America. You can see that the technology needs assessment are the actual version is 2012 or 2013. There are not more TNAs developed in Latin America except Brazil and Chile. The next one, please. The other important develop that we have done during this time is the data collection of the indicators. It was part of the requirement of the SBIs the last year. They wanted that the adaptation committee map all of the existing indicators and relevant measure progress towards the targets referred in the paragraph 9 and 10 of the decision 2, the CMA 5. It was related to the UA framework adaptation to the GGGA. These indicators were mapping. More than 4,000 entries were collected and analyzed in order to understand what is the state of the indicators in the adaptation plans, NDCs, adaptation communications, long-term strategies, BTRs, and national communications. This collection information shows what are the main indicators, and you know how the countries are reporting the information. If you are developing some strategies related to MRB systems, you can see information in these documents that is public. The next one, please. And finally, we are working, we approved our working plan in September of 2024, and we are working and develop and deployment the 2025-2027 work plan. In this year, the ACC, through its NAP task force, will update our online resource or navigating the landscape of support for the process to formulate and implement national adaptation plans. This resource, part of which is pictured on the slide, includes a section dedicated to technology development and transfer. We will be very happy to collaborate and benefit from your experience when updating this portion of this tool. And our next meeting, we will also continue considering a strategy to respond to our mandate to support implementation of the UA framework for global climate resilience with technical guidance and training materials thereon. Given the open-ended and broad nature of this mandate, we expect that it will involve partnership with a wide range of stakeholders, and we will welcome collaboration in this area. This year, we will also plan to launch a new bulletin on adaptation action. We will feature adaptation-related updates from constituted bodies and entities under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. This document, or this bulletin, is being now we have the Finance Adaptation Bulletin, and we are going to complete with another strategies that are being developed by the UNFCCC. It could be a good tool to promote the actions of the CTCN. We will also considering draft proposals on activities in the areas of impact, vulnerability and risk assessment, and adaptive capacity assessment. That is a new topic that we include in the last plan. These activities are still in very early stages, but may also offer opportunities to collaborate. Next one. So as we are at the beginning of this new work plan, many of our activities are in design, but our next meeting in AC25 that will be held from 6 to 9 in May in Bonn, Germany. You are invited. If you want to be part of this meeting, we can share more information and to identify some synergies. On the other hand, we are still working on and to improve our communication plan, so we have created some social media, and we can share with you, and you can be part of the LinkedIn group. It is a technical group and it's available for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. We now welcome questions on Adaptation Fund and Adaptation Committee. The floor is open. Lydia, then Ambrosio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. Actually, my question is for Adaptation Fund. What is the difference between the two kind of large-scale project, innovation large project and regular size project? Within, if it's proposal submitted or in pipeline? Thank you.
Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to appreciate the presentations made by the Adaptation Fund and the Adaptation Committee. The partnership with the Adaptation Fund is probably one of the most successful partnerships for the CTCN. So that is greatly appreciated. And also it is very much appreciated that was included on the medium-term strategy of the fund by the leadership. So it's appreciation, of course, to the fund, but also to its leadership in pushing for having this or pursuing this very interesting collaboration. Regarding the collaboration itself, I wonder what, in the manner the Adaptation Fund operates, there will be insights that the CTCN could take up and maybe adapt to its own operation in the regular technical assistance. I wonder if the way the Adaptation Fund projects, the AFSIA, are delivered are significantly different from the others' technical assistance. If there is some learning, I see some, okay, then I saw not very different, but then there is some learning. So that would be very interesting to know what knowledge have we gained out of this partnership and how this knowledge can inform the CTCN, but also perhaps inform the Adaptation Fund. That is very interesting. On the Adaptation Committee, and thinking on the potential role with the CTCN and the technology mechanism as a whole, we have a very interesting conversation yesterday with Karina. And this is a conversation that also touches into very important processes that are happening right now. For example, the adaptation indicators under the Global Goal and Adaptation. And I wonder if, as part of the work of the Adaptation Committee and the work of the technology mechanism that we have talked, last year there were a couple papers of the tech that Dale now is on the working, one regarding to early warning system that has a lot of systematic observation. We have now this information node and the capacity building on AI by the CTCN that has a lot on, also most of it, if you look at the use cases, are related to use of satellites. Most of the use cases that are in the draft paper are, we're using satellites to then AI to process that information for some adaptation use. So the question is if there is a possibility perhaps of further work between the Adaptation Committee and the projects and the capacity building that is being done on the CTCN in terms of tightening it up and see how this enabler that we're pursuing as digital technologies mix, and it seems to be very strongly mixed or linked to Earth information, so satellites processing, can be further tailored to support the follow-up of adaptation indicators or the follow-up of adaptation measures. Maybe there is the possibility of a very strong partnership, very driven towards adaptation mixed with satellite use. So that's a proposal for consideration, of course, by the CTCN and the Adaptation Committee. Something can be something fruitful and for use to the parties can come out of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. I think we shall first collect all the questions and then the presenters will respond at once. So I have on my list Victor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Apologies, I was a few minutes late, and so maybe I missed something, but I'm wondering, and at first I was thinking the Adaptation Fund, I wanted to pose this question, but of course to the committee's work as well, and also right to our adaptation fund colleague behind. COP29, one of the big outcomes were the indicators in adaptation, and I know a lot of people were excited about those countries, constituencies, and so people are going about how to make use of those now. So maybe it's related to Ambrosio's question. I understood that as more of a suggestion about how they might be able to use them. But anyway, I just wanted to ask how are you thinking these can be integrated or how to relate to them somehow, but particularly for technology?
Thank you, Victor. We open to observers, if any. So I see no flags, so I would like to request Marcus and Karina to respond. We shall start with Marcus.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. First, we had considering the large innovation modality and the regular one. Well, to begin with, the regular grant is up to 10 million USD. It's also worth noting that in the regular window, there is a country cap of 20 million USD, and this needs to be replenished based on decision. But we follow this closely, and when one country is filling up the cap, we ask our board to fill up the cap. When it comes to the innovation modality, it is outside the country cap. And the large innovation window is up to 5 million USD. So it's a bit smaller. And here also we expect an innovation rationale merged together with the climate rationale. So how can innovation of some sort be applied to address the climate change adaptation? But of course, we welcome bilateral meetings, either here or maybe online. So we'd be happy to discuss more about this. Thank you. And then also we had a question from Chile. Thank you for that. And I'm not sure if it was addressed to CTCN, working within the APSIA partnership, or to us. But if I start, and maybe I'll leave the word to Nadej or any other colleague in the team here. So the question was, let's see if I remember the question, how the technical assistance and the supportive work of building capacity, how differs from the innovation work and the other project work we do. And I would say that we can see that when we work with our AFSIA partners, many of them already have a culture of innovation since long, how to work with an innovation work in development. And it's explicitly showcased by how they present, how they would like to develop projects based on the different phases of innovation. Basically, bringing in how the private sector or incubation outside development also is working with innovation. Sourcing, incubation, testing, trying, and in this case we do testing and trying with innovation interventions or proposals together with the communities, and then accelerate those which have shown to best respond to the local demands and needs. And in these cases, we then add some extra funds for those. This is how our partners set up the work, and in the end, piloting a few which has the greatest potential to be included in a market in an inclusive way, so to say, responding, and also with the promise or the potential to scale up. So there's a great distinction in this way, which also may be a bit more challenging if one is not coming from the innovation expertise kind of work. But yes, but I think I will leave the word to any of the colleagues at CTCN to add on to this response before I continue with the next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Ambrosio. Just to let you know that there is no big difference between a normal CTCN TA and an AFCIA TA. Maybe one of the biggest difference was as part of AFCIA 1, the projects were selected through calls for proposals, which is not the usual mechanism which is used under CTCN. This is not going to be reproduced under AFCIA 2. And then apart from that, the timeline is the same, 15 to 18 months of implementation. The maximum budget is also the same, 250K. Another big difference is that instead of having only the NGE and the project proponent and the CTCN signing within AFCIA project, we also request the endorsement of the Adaptation Fund focal point. On the request, and so the Adaptation Fund focal point is also involved in the definition of a response plan. This would be the major differences between the TA. The rest is exactly the same. It's a bidding process. It's the ideation process. It's country-driven. Once we receive a request, we screen it through CTCN and Adaptation Fund criteria of eligibility. Then it gets endorsed or identified as eligible and prioritized by the CTCN. We move ahead with the response plan design, signature, bidding process, and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus, you would like to continue to the next?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that question. It's a very valid question and very important, which relates to basically the evidence of work, I would say. How do we measure adaptation, which is a very important task that we are exploring. And when it comes to the indicators, as mentioned here in adaptation, well, what we do at the fund is that we are, of course, exploring how we could develop the metrics of adaptation, how to measure adaptation in our projects. One thing that relates to the new window for locally led adaptation, where we have much more integrated alignment with the adaptation indicators and the principles of adaptation. That's one thing, and also we are strengthening our work of connecting all our windows or all our projects to the GGA, where we also see, of course, that the indicators for adaptation is being detailed out, and that's very much welcome. So we are following this very closely because the so-called taxonomy of adaptation is really something that should be in the forefront, and we all need to have high on our priority, I would say. But thank you for the question. It's a very important aspect. Thank you.
Karina?
Thank you for your questions. And effectively, the adaptation committee is submitted these indicators, but it reflects a global necessity to understand maybe and to improve the capacity building. The indicators reflect, they are just focused on the paragraph 9 of the decisions. There are not more indicators than the list that is required. However, there is a huge opportunity to work in this topic. As you mentioned, the taxonomy of adaptation is very related to this, and the technology, as Ambrosio mentioned, is part of the how to solve this problem, the lack of information, the different interpretation of the indicators, how the countries duplicate the information. Sometimes we have an adaptation plan, however, how we are measuring is not so consistent with the original objectives, and there is a necessity to join efforts to work in the indicators. And the adaptation committee is, in the next meeting, will be talking about what are the next steps regarding this requirement from the SBIs. We are available to discuss the joint work plan if you require it.
Thank you, Karina, and thank you, colleagues, for your questions and comments. And let us now turn to the agenda item 18 on the engagement with national designated entities. We'll begin with the presentation from the Secretariat, starting with the sub-item 18.1, updating on the NDE onboarding. As you may recall from the previous meeting, following the presentation on the outcomes of the third technology mechanism NDE survey, we agreed to implement the onboarding activities for the NANA Next One NDEs. I would like to draw your attention to reference document NDE onboarding, which outlines the results of activities conducted. With that, I invite the Secretariat to provide an update on the onboarding initiatives conducted. Jaiwo, the floor is here.
Thank you, Chair. Just waiting for the slides to be up. Good morning, everyone. This is my first time taking the floor. So this is Jaewon, Capacity Building Network Engagement Specialist, working from the Palo office located in Songdo in South Korea. We'll take the next 30 minutes-ish to inform you of CTCN's ND supporting services, which is in addition to the existing capacity building network engagement programs, which is the ND onboarding and logistical support, together with my dear colleague, Nadej. The discussion around ND introduction session was actually discovered and discussed in the previous meetings with the intention to smoothen the NDE's onboarding. The whole aim of the introduction session, therefore, was designed to target on the newly joined NDEs, but also open for existing NDEs. In response to this, the Secretariat came up with a feasible means that can be delivered within our capacity for the support of the new NDEs nominated by the countries. First is applying the segment, meaning that we will target the audience as newly joined NDEs. Second, diversifying our reach for repetition of information sharing through webinars, which is a permanent material that can be sitting along within our website, and welcome email, which is more personalized communication tool to welcome the NDEs onboarding. With this, the purpose is there, as you can read. The content included 5 topics, which is introduction to the CTCN and CTCN's TA modalities, capacity building activities planned, and network engagement activities planned, as well as, finally, the most important, the ND's roles and responsibilities, including the ND logistical support scheme. Also, we would like to special thanks to the CTCN and tech chairs, those who were there to give open remark and closing remark for those webinars that were delivered. 4 series of, and relay race, we would like to say, webinars were distributed in early January in 3 different languages by considering 4 different time zones. A total of 99 NDEs attended the webinar, which included 6 new NDEs who were appointed as the NDE for their respective countries at the time of the webinar being held. Each webinar lasts about 90 to 150 minutes, depending on the Q&A. And the most commonly asked questions were on post-implementation and NDE logistical support, specifically the application side of it. So like timeline, the templates, resources available were the questions that we received the most from the attended NDEs. All recordings are available on our YouTube, and you can watch them following the QR code down there. Link to the video and the PowerPoint slides are also uploaded on our website under About Us, under NDEs. Within this year, the Secretary planned to develop a standard welcome email poster that is hyperlinked to our webpage so that it can be used as material to initiate the connection with newly joined NDEs. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Jae-won, and we now open the floor for questions, clarifications, and comments. Ketevan, please.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the CTCN for the work that you've done in terms of engaging NDEs and especially newly appointed NDEs. So thank you for that. So even though I was like huge supporter of the idea from the very genesis of the idea for the onboarding and everything, so I could not attend due to my health issues. But I watched the recording, and yeah, it was quite informative, and thank you for that too. Once again, I want to highlight the importance of paying special attention to the newly appointed NDEs. When quite often we said that it's demand-driven, but sometimes there is no demand. So once again, to provide the context why it matters. So we say it's demand-driven, but sometimes there is no demand because they don't know that something like that exists. And why they do not know that? So newly appointed NDEs or some of the NDEs that do not really, who are not engaged in the citizens' work, it's like that there is no proper handover usually. There is, some of them are like, now I saw that from Armenia, so the person is also from technology and innovation side and has absolutely, he's not engaged in climate negotiations or in climate development, so he's from the technology and innovation side, and sometimes many of them, they may not have trust in accessing like this kind of activities and this kind of support. So there is really definitely a need to proactively engage with the newly appointed NDEs. So to make sure that everyone has the equal and fair opportunity to access to citizens' work and benefits and the activities. So this is one thing. So about the question, so I don't remember because were there some? Have you collected any feedback? So was it helpful? Was it not helpful? Were they satisfied? So have they felt empowered? So have you received any requests after that, because it will help us also to learn from this experience, also to somehow have more targeted, activities from your side as well as from my side, because I very much want to support this. And if there is, once again, anything that I can do for that, so especially in these from my region to be more engaged, so I'm happy to do that. But I'm interested in more the learning experience from that and onboarding. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ketevan. Next is Christian.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jae-won, for the presentation. Jae-won and the team at the PALO office do a great job running the NDE forums. I've attended several, and there's great engagement, and they really move forward the engagement with the NDEs. It's really critical that we do have a strong and great communication and relationship with the NDEs. They're really the key point of contact for the CTCN. Everything we do more or less flows through those NDEs. They're our people on the ground, and really, for us to be effective in what we do, we need to empower those NDEs. They need to be effective in transmitting our communication, our mission, and our activities to the parties where they sit. We think that there is more of an opportunity to work with the network of the CTCN to bring in some of the capabilities and the broad range of skills and abilities that sits in our network, and have that to be better engaged with our NDEs. And an issue that kind of does raise itself from time to time is the quality of the consultants that come in for the TNAs and the TAs that CTCN recruits and puts onto these missions. These consultants are generally very high quality. They're capable individuals and institutions. They know what they're doing. They're experienced, but there is a tendency to try and do this all by remote control. You know, our mission is in developing countries. These can be difficult places to travel to, expensive, and they have challenges to live there and work there. So the temptation is to do mostly off-site remote work, which is much cheaper, more efficient, and it gives you the impression that, you know, we can do as good as a job off-site, remotely through a computer screen, that we can do face-to-face in the country. In my experience, this is not really true. What you save in efficiency by working remotely, you give away too much in effectiveness. It's really, you need to, and it's a two-way thing, to really appreciate the state and the condition of the program you're working on and how it works with the parties and the reflection on that. You need to be face-to-face with it. You need to get those contextual clues that don't come through a computer screen or an email. And likewise, for the recipients of the TNAs and the NDEs who sit, you know, in the environment, they're really not getting the best and most effective service from an email or a Zoom call. So we know it's expensive and it's challenging, but really there is no better replacement for having the consultant actually working in the country, and more importantly, to try and take some local knowledge from the country itself. So let's look a bit harder for local suppliers of services and consultants, and indeed even look at South-South. So we could get someone from a similar culture, a similar environment to provide those services, rather than, you know, trying to fly someone from London or Paris or Copenhagen into remote developing countries. But generally, we're very happy with the way the CTCN engages with the NDEs, but there is this repeated issue of consultants that keeps coming up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. Next on my list is Angela.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thank you for the floor and thank you for the presentation. It's really a good set of material. It also helps on board new board members, I believe. It's not just for the NDAs, but thank you. So I think elaborating on what Christian just mentioned, the data itself on which NDs and how many NDs are attending, I believe it's very good start, but it would be helpful if we could merge that data and compare how many NDAs are actually attending those onboardings and when it is translated in actual requests. So if we could compare those two, and then we could see which NDAs are having more hard time understanding the content, and for those then we could evolve to another approach that maybe it's not a group online, maybe it's first a one-to-one online, and then maybe a presential, I don't know, then we can think together on strategies to improve that approach. That will also enable us to see which NDAs are working or not, and maybe giving feedback to countries on how we could further collaborate on that and see more projects coming, especially with the comments that we had yesterday about not having too many requests coming from Latin America countries. I think that's one of the ways to approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Valeria.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Iwon, and all the team for the presentation and for the hard work. I just want first to echo what Katie said about the feedback, and I'm especially interested to know, like, if there were reactions for the part of the Gender Action Plan. Also, I'm really welcome that I see that you are doing that you are also socializing and explaining the Gender Action Plan, because I think the first barrier that we have is that mostly the NDEs don't know that there is a Gender Action Plan and they don't understand why it is important. So this is really important that we still strengthen that part of the onboarding. So yeah, I just interested to know if maybe there is a way to have feedback about different sections of the onboarding. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Next, Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I agree with the comments that many colleagues have said. I support the comments by Valeria. Might be worthwhile, maybe not in the meeting because it will take time, but through intersessionally that some of the elements could be shared with the board members for suggestions, perhaps. I have a related question regarding how it's going to be approached through different types of NDEs and regions. One, the region element, but also we on Friday just had this discuss about the potential functions of Annex 1 NDEs. So also a question: will the Annex 1 NDEs will also be engaged, and how that will be tailored, thinking that the functions of non-Annex 1 and Annex 1 are not the same. I support the comments made by Christian very strongly. I wonder if this will be the agenda item or the TNA, the technical assistant agenda item, the best place to discuss this at large. I can share from the experience in Chile in terms of the consultancy that it actually makes a difference when you have a bigger part of the team actually is in the country. In the case of the TNA, there was a partnership between Antesis, a Spanish company, and Deuman, that's a Chilean company. And then after when the TNA was finalized, and after that, this Deuman company that specializes in climate also got the contracts for several of the Chilean policy consultations on the other documents. So that means that a lot of the capacity gain through the TNA remain in this company, and then now this company is doing the consultation for all these other climate-related policy documents, and in that manner, the outcomes of the result of the capacity gain through the TNA is going expanding through other processes within the country. I gave some examples on Friday. So I think this is a very interesting element. Why it's relevant for developing countries that at least a significant part of their teams are people that will remain in the country, and that's because at the end of the day, the people that gain the most capacity through technical assistance is actually the people performing the technical assistance. Thanks.
Thank you, and last on my list is Thomas.
Hello, my name is Tomasz. I am legal advisor and strategy officer on Blockchain and Climate Institute. I wanted to congratulate on the presentation, and I would like to give some remarks in regard to the courses and overall influence that the CTCN is trying to build online. On the example of the LinkedIn, you may see that the engagement of your post is in particular low, and this is going to prevent you from obtaining the influence that you would like to have. My question is based mainly on the fact that it seems that you have different content strategy rather than the UN, and your marketing is performed in a poor manner, which is restraining you from reaching your goal audiences. What I would have advised is that the CTCN contacts other public entities in order to drive more effective marketing, because you can see that the whole branding is lacking consistency across posts and presentations. you may also see that there is not enough, let's say, traditional smaller and bigger influencers being involved in your content strategy, restraining you from spreading the good word about the CTCN. The leadership and employee advocacy also leaves a room for improvement. Moreover, I would like to invite you to use the content repurposing techniques with vertical format of courses that you are developing and embedding them in your LinkedIn and YouTube strategy in order to drive engagement. I also would advise you to produce longer-term content that is being segmented on YouTube with a focus on SEO optimization in order to improve viewer retention and to drive easier navigation of your content. One more thing that I wanted to say is the positioning that I all the time try to underline here is to drive the thought leadership hubs and to make the CTCN's efforts more visible to external audiences. The language used currently lacks substantial commercial, legal and technical depth, which might prevent from reaching your goals. Therefore, I would like to encourage the CTCN to contact, for instance, United Nations to drive more efficient digital marketing that will find its reflection also in your presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. And now, Halima.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I had to raise the flag a bit late. I was in touch with an NDE from Africa. And the message is that in as much as we appreciate the work that has been done to improve NDE engagement, the African NDEs would appreciate more if there is more involvement, their involvement in the choice of consultants on projects. So the African NDEs are requesting for more engagement, more involvement in the national activities, especially in the choice of consultants. Thank you.
Ketavan, you...
I have one more question, since it's logical, I think, now to ask it. So we always say that African NDEs, so they are very engaged in the process, and we see that in numbers, and we see that in terms of the impact. So if I ask you another learning, I don't know, exercise or something, so what kind of approaches or what made that happen? So what were the success factors that we may, of course, these are different cultures, maybe different regions, different everything, but maybe there are some things that we can learn and then replicate in terms of engaging other NDEs that will also help me maybe to to use it and to apply. It's like the question is more like, what are the success factors, or what were the success factors that helped in terms of that African NDEs are so engaged? Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for those questions and clarifications, comments. Jaiwon, now you can respond to.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Dewin. Some of you know me. I was acting director for a little while, the last 6 months before Ariesta came on board. I just want to respond to the points raised by Christian, by Ambrosio, and then also the point raised by Halima. I appreciate, Christian, the point you made about the high quality of the consultants. So I think we've been building a network over a number of years and I think have a good basis of expertise. I totally hear your point about wanting to have those people more in the countries. But I think you pointed also at where part of the constraint lines, which is really related to the budget. There is a choice to make, I guess, when we develop our response plan to how much we can actually deliver on the output that we're looking for and how much goes into the travel of people that actually have to be on site. So that's one of the challenges I see there. I don't really have a very good response to how to solve that. I know we are more and more in this virtual world, and I totally appreciate the fact that working face-to-face is much better, and transferring capacity specifically works much better when we are face-to-face working together. So one of the things that I believe is really critical here is the local partner. And one of the challenges I think that we see in most cases is identifying also the strong or the potential good local partners in countries. And I think that's where we need more to work closely with our NDEs, because the NDEs are probably the ones that are best placed in the countries to advise on which are the potential strong local partners, experts that actually the international network members can engage with. I remember in the early days of the CTCN, one of the points that was made quite clearly was that what we are looking for when we are providing technical assistance through the CTCN is actually to bring expertise that is not in the country. Because of course, if the expertise already exists in the country, why would we bring expertise from outside? So I think we need to remember on the one hand that point, that we are looking for expertise that actually you cannot find in the country, but we also need to build the capacity of those that might be, the ones that can actually become those experts in the country. So the local partner, I think, is really the key part, helping identifying the strong local partner. I also believe that the engagement of the NDE in the TA process is an important element of this. And in most of the requests, I would say there is a capacity building element. So there are, in many of the technical assistances that are being implemented, there is a capacity building sort of component that, in principle, the beneficiaries and the different stakeholders that are engaged in the process of implementing a TA are benefiting from. So, yeah. I think it's not an easy kind of, finding the exact solution for that is not easy. but yeah, the objective is really that, we strengthen more by bringing strong local partners in, and that, it's also the link between the international and the local. I think that is really critical and what we need to work on. Halima, you were mentioning about involving the NDEs, and I know this has been something that has been raised several times. Unfortunately, this is not something that can be allowed under the UN process of procurement. In the UN process of procurement, it's only staff members of the UN that are actually allowed to do the technical evaluation of the proposals that are being received. So I think where it is important, of course, is that if you help us identifying strong local partners, then we also know when we do our evaluations which are the strong local partners that we possibly need to kind of keep into account when we are doing our assessment of the technical proposals that we receive. I know that as part also of the NDE logistical support, and especially when we have actually responded to a point that was made by a number of NDEs that said we want to be more closely involved into the technical assistance, and we are offering, in a way, in our different modalities that we have put forward, also a modality where the NDE can play a clear role by saying that they will be facilitating the stakeholder engagement at the national level. Of course, this required the NDE to do this work, I would say, in a committed and important, serious way to ensure the success of the delivery of this. And so it involves a commitment of the NDEs, and it's something that needs to be decided at the moment of the request, and it's something that we will be testing. But I think this is probably a very good way also going forward for ensuring that there is a strong ownership and ensuring that that you can better engage with different stakeholders and maybe also with the network members or the experts that are coming internationally working in your country. So these are some of, I would say, some of the solutions that we are trying on our side to put forward for you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jaiwar, you would like to add something?
If the time allows, let me just address the questions raised from various members. First, we do have a liaison to the region from the Secretariat. So once we receive the nomination of a new NDEs, we take the one-on-one onboarding online meetings. On top of this, these welcome email will be populated and tested over the next 12 months. And this webinar was additional support to that, to give the wider reach to overcome the resource constraint that we have as a Secretariat. We do mix the mode of the deliveries of our activities when it comes to engaging NDEs, because in the end, what is important factor is the ownership and the motivation from each ND, those who are onboarding. So we have an in-person platform like ND Fora or capacity building programs. On top of this, we are leveraging on the online platform through webinars to further enhance the communication of our service modalities clearly to our NDs, because our third factor of NDs engagement success is their clear understanding of what CTCN can do and cannot do in this whole ecosystem of technology mechanism and finance mechanism. When it comes to their interest, is all about, after the TA completed, scaled up to somewhere else for the larger impact. So by knowing that, we do believe this mini start is actually supporting our NDs to smoothly understand our operation. But when it comes to surveying them, we also don't want to bombard them. And we understand the limitation of a self-report is satisfactory level, lack at scale measurement, because there is a social desirability bias into it. So just like Bingo representative said, it will be great if we can track on the amount of requests that we receive as a result of this series of mixed mode of interventions that we have with our NDEs. Therefore, we can cross-compare whether taking in-person at the start of the year and tied up with the online during the mid-year was actually supporting the ND from ABCD countries, were to able to populate the scalable TA request back to our Secretariat. But that requires time, and we do hope the onboarding of the M&E specialist would take that in deep. But thank you all for the comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Jaiwon. I see a number of flags have again come up, and I think I will close it at that. I will take on Traore, and then followed by Karina Katevan, Alima Christian, and the gentleman from Kulbai College. Sorry, apologies, I can't read your name from here. Thank you. Okay. Traore.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor, and good morning, colleagues. I would like to come again to talk about the recruitment of international consultant. I can understand that it is only UNDP staff who can make the recruitment of international consultant, right? Is it that?
The procurement is UNEP procurement. I mean, actually through the United Nations offices of Nairobi.
Okay. But what I would like to suggest is that it is very important that in the process of the recruitment, that they insist that they should, the international consultant should communicate very well with the local consultant. This is very important. And also, it is very important for them to take time. Sometimes it is online. They can speak to the NDE. And I think that it is very important that they come on the ground to talk to the local consultant, to work together and to make sure that the work will be very well done. Because if they do not have time to come on the ground, it will be sometimes very difficult to the consultant, local consultant, to do on the best way their work. Thank you.
Thank you, Traore. Colleagues, I would like to request that I think since you had already asked some questions, we move into the next item, which is similar or linked to this, and then you'll be given the opportunity to raise your questions. But I think I would be unfair to the colleague from Kolbai College. I think he has not spoken. I request your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for offering me the chance to speak, and also for the really wonderful presentation. And yeah, clearly there seems to be some tension about engaging local partners with out-of-country, sort of like working with the NDEs versus like engaging someone who is like from the community. And I think that's been a challenge that we have seen for so long. And this is some of the things that I have personally experienced that I wanted to sort of bring forth and could be helpful in terms of implementing. First was maybe like involving individuals who are from the local community but have been living abroad in the consultation programs. So like the government has records of people who leave the country, and maybe we can sort of like look at those records and find out like what are they specializing in and bring in those people for consultation. The second thing I was thinking about, so Colby College, where I go to school in Maine in the United States, is one of the leading colleges in the country in artificial intelligence and ethics program. And we're trying to build capacity in computing ethics classes in a university in Nigeria right now. So rather than us going to Nigeria to sort of work on these capacity building works, we have invited a professor from Nigeria who comes to our college and attends classes with us every day. And maybe that's a model we could replicate as well in terms of like sort of providing these consultations. Just wanted to share these couple of thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, Jaiwo, you would like to respond briefly? Thank you.
We will invite whoever the network member, prospective network member to our network membership, so we'll get in touch. Thank you for the recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. As I requested earlier, I'll request that we move to the next agenda item because they are linked to this one, so that those who have questions can raise it after the presentation of the next item. But I'm also being advised that we go for coffee, then we come back. Yeah, there's an outstanding item, which is photography. I think we go for that, then we have coffee for 10 minutes. So we come back here at 10:45, and then we continue. Thank you. Let's start with the the photography, and then we go to coffee. All in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Dear members, for the group photo, please follow me and Javon. We will go to the piano stairs as we did last year, floor 2nd for those who are in the picture, and I will meet you at the floor 4. Dear members, please take the seat. We will proceed with the next agenda item.
Yeah, colleagues, I think let's occupy our seats and start. Some notification. I think we are running behind time because some of the topics are very interesting and there are a lot of interventions. So when we reach the intervention time, I request the colleagues to be very brief with their interventions. Just be to the point, ask the question or make the clarification as brief as possible so that we minimize time loss. Now, let us now move to agenda item 18.2 on the update regarding efforts to implement logistical support for national designated entities. As you may recall, during our last advisory board meeting, the Secretariat proposed a process along with the resource implications for providing logistical support to NDEs. The templates for requesting this support has since been revised based on the feedback received from the board. I would like to draw your attention to document AB/2025/25/18.2 NDE Logistical Support Implementation Report that outlines the implementation efforts taken so far to support this important activity. Now we'll hear an update from the Citizen Secretariat regarding the initial implementation of NDE Logistical Support modality. I invite Jaiwo to take us through this. Thank you, Jaiwo.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back from a very short break. Thank you so much for following my instruction to get to the group photo. I'll be presenting the NDE Logistical Support together with Nadej. The background, as Chair mentioned, we've been discussing about this over the last couple of our meetings, and because fundamentally NDEs play a significant role in ensuring the effective submission of the TAs that are scalable, not just finishing at an initiation or initiative. The recent COP decision also have called for the increased support for the non-Annex 1 countries specifically. And based on this decision that's been advised by the COP and our board members here, we have been forging our efforts to enhance the logistical support to our NDEs. So if you can recall the last advisory board meeting, we have raised these 3 points to you. First is we will take the consultation with NDEs, and that's been carried out over our NDE regional fora. And Africa NDEs have jointly submitted 12 points listed on modalities to ease the accessing logical support, which has been incremental document to pilot test our logistical support scheme. Second was that we mentioned that we will explore different ways to implement this new scheme to benefit our NDEs by both internally discussing with the UNEP colleagues as well as outreaching for interagency agreements and its potential. We also raised a concern about the high transactional cost, and the limitation of this transactional cost should not hinder the access to the available amount that is to be for the country and national level coordination for TA scale-up. Since last September, the Secretary have drafted a guideline including background, procedure, expected action from the NDEs, and templates for this scheme. 3 templates were developed for 3 modalities. Modality number 1 meets the demand of the NDEs who wishes to act as a coordinating officer within and between ministries to generate effective TA requests. Therefore, this modality can cover the activities for raising awareness on CTCN services and TA discussion. Accessible amount to this modality number 1 is up to $5,000 per request per year per NDE. Whereas modality number 2 is to develop to meet the NDE's demand to monitor and report and scale up on the TAs that are completed. So this modality covers the follow-up activities, including TA stakeholder consultation, field monitoring missions, promo material development that is specific to the TA completed, and partnership-seeking activities. Again, per year, per NDE, each country can access up to $5,000 for this modality number 2. We have set the minimum requirement of this modality as the country requesting this modality will need to demonstrate having completed at least 3 TAs projects in the last 3 years to best use of $5,000 that will be contracted to each country requesting. And I'll hand over to Nadej to cover the modality number 3.
So the modality number 3 has been defined in order to respond to the NDE request to receive resources in order to implement the TAs on the ground. Many NDEs have raised the fact that in some cases the technical assistance were developed outside of the capital, and sometimes they didn't have even the resources to go and see the project or to participate or to meet the community, etc. So there have been a lot of comments on that side, and that's why the modality has been created. The way it will work, or the way it is proposed to work, is that we will suggest it's a voluntary possibility for the NDE to access support for the development and the implementation of the technical assistances on the ground. This can be raised at request stage. The request template of the CTCN has been amended in order to add a new section. And the new section suggests or proposed to the NDE to get access to this modality for the implementation of the TA, and the objective would be then to provide resources for the NDE to develop or to take care of the workshops, the stakeholder consultations, the organization of the capacity building sessions, etc., considering that the NDE is very well connected with the different ministries of the country and can easily identify who should be the different focal points and stakeholders that should be considered at national level, and can more easily manage the logistic of these events and workshop. Please note that the objective is, of course, that the NDE will collaborate with the awarded IP on this modality. So, of course, the funding will not come directly from the UN, but it will come directly from a negotiation between the IP, the awarded IP, and the NDE, and they will define together the content and the amount of the contract with, of course, a roof that has been defined as per modality. Thanks.
So, as Nadej mentioned, Nadej mentioned, modality number 3 is for the TAs that are under implementation, that seeks additional support to increase the quality of the activities that are already planned and under implementation. It is to deepen the contents of the deliverables of the ongoing TA. Therefore, we have created 3 different request template for 3 different modalities. First is for ideation support, second is for post-implementation, and then third is for ongoing TA support. Procedure is pretty simple. First, we need to receive this templates filled by the NDEs. Therefore, CTCN review the request together and then we together prepare the agreement and install the funds upon signature, and the NDEs report the usage of the funds as deliverables. This procedure has been communicated via ND onboarding webinars, as well as we have email blasted the NDs of this existing availability of this scheme, also been touched on our 2024 ND for us. We have pilot tested since last October till today. We have received, of this new scheme, we have received 15 requests, all from the region, 6 from Asia, 5 from Africa, 3 from SIDS, and 1 from Latin America. You can see the interest is heavily on the modality number 1. However, when it comes to actually receiving the request for this scheme, we received 2 of those shown interest for the modality number 1, and one is Cambodia, that the contract is signed for its implementation in this September at a national level of stakeholder engagement. Mongolia, we're under contracting, fine-tuning the agreement details at the moment. For the modality number 2, we've seen the interest from Thailand and Mozambique. However, the request has not been submitted to us. Therefore, the further action was not being able to continued. The third modality was shown interest by the Cote d'Ivoire and Liberia, and then those 2 are under contract closure or under implementation. Lessons learned from modality number 1 is that NDs who serves as the implementing partner of this specific meeting and workshop may operate under different government legal status, so which could not complement to the UNEP's due diligence process. Therefore, there's a delay in our administration process. We have pushed really hard and internally coordinated with the UNEP's team to best overcome these obstacles, but moving forward, it would be great if we can introduce a structured call for request, submission made in Q1 of the year for the implementation in Q3 or Q4, knowing that the administration process takes time. So the early stage on planning could be something that the Secretariat consider to best support the NDs, those who are in considering the modality number 1 as their support for TA ideation. Modality number 2, the lesson that we have learned that kind of challenge is that identifying the countries that have completed 3 TAs for the past 3 years, we need to go through our own portfolio, and it means that because this modality is for the post-implementation impact increase, if the country has never been engaged with us through our TA modality for the last 3 years, they are not able to access this. So sensitizing the NDs on the need to do this post-implementation analysis is something that we can communicate back to our NDs. Also, the readily available analytic tools developed by not only us but our partners could be communicated together with this modality's availability. And lesson learned from modality 3, Nadège will cover. Thank you.
Yes, so the lessons learned from modality 3 is mainly that the IP needs to define the terms and conditions of the contract with the NDE, and so maybe so that means different things. Probably that the response plan needs to be extremely detailed when it comes to workshops and the stakeholders consultations and any events that is organized as part of the mission in order to identify how many people are expected in each of these events, and who is supposed to participate. Are we awaiting the minister to be present, or are we expecting the director of climate change of this ministry to be present, or who are we expecting to be present during these different workshops? So this we need probably to be defined a term of references within the response plan. This is the first lesson learned. And the second lesson learned is probably that the IP will need support in defining the contract with the NDE, and for this maybe we could just come with a template if they want to use it that will be very clear on what is the mission of the NDE, how many workshops, how many people, and of course the finalization of the contract will be based on results. So if a workshop is cancelled because of whatever reasons, or if the participants are not showing and instead of 30 we have 10, then of course the contract will need to be amended accordingly. Thanks.
And this comes to our end of our presentation. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jaon and Nadège. And we now open the floor for discussion. I know colleagues had earlier raised their flag to raise questions regarding the first presentation, but this is the opportunity to also combine with the 2 presentations as you ask for your questions. Please, I request you again to be very brief and focused. Thank you. I will begin with the Karina. You had your flag earlier. Do you still?
Yes, it wasn't the last one. Okay. I just wanted to mention something. I was the NDA in the case of Ecuador, and I was the NDE and the NDA for the GCF and for CTCN at the same time. So I'm trying to understand your strategy now, and maybe I'm not going to talk on behalf of the adaptation committee. It's just my personal view. I just want to say this. In this case, as you were mentioning, the most challenging thing is to build this local partnership, and it's a good strategy. What is happening, especially in Latin America, you were mentioning that there are not a lot of projects or TA requirements from this region, and part of this is that the NDA has many things to do at the same time, and the requirements of the UNFCCC organization is very high. The demand is high. It's impossible to attend everything, and each one needs different things at the same time. So it's easier, for example, a good practice of the European Union with the Euroclima initiative was to promote the dialogue, and it's a strategy of the GCF. They promote the region, the country, in the case of Euroclima, it's a country dialogue. And in the case of the GCF, is the country program. But you need, and a dialogue, an intern dialogue, in order to establish a strategy of the country. And then the support comes in the same line of the results of this dialogue. Otherwise, CTCN has a strategy, NDC Partnership has another one, and everyone has a different strategies, and the focal point has to respond each of these initiatives. In order that, but it's different when the institutions respond to a country strategy. So my recommendation in this, on all of these surveys and what you are thinking is to find a strategic line to talk with the country, not just focusing on NDE. It is a national strategy, and you have more stakeholders than one NDA. You need to establish this local partnership. You need to understand how to diversify this interaction, not just one person. Maybe it's a focal point. However, you need to establish long-term view. Another important thing is the influence of the policy, because now you have an NDA, but tomorrow you have a different one. And you spend money with the capacity building of this person, but tomorrow is not the same. And it's very usual in Latin America. Now we are changing the government, but now what happened with the person that you trained during this time? So to build or to strengthen the relationship with the partnership with a long view term, it maybe could be a good opportunity. And to promote this country dialogue, or to use these country dialogues or country profiles or country plans, programs that are being used, maybe could be a better strategy. Just my advice.
Thank you, Karina. Again, colleagues, I request and beg you to be very brief because we don't have much time. Next on the list is Ketovan. You go. Okay, we go to Halima.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In being brief, I would like to go back to the last presentation and support the submission by Burkina through Traore about the need to have that very intrinsic working relationship between the international consultant and the local consultant or the domestic consultant. We should remember that this relationship technology is not just a job for the international consultant. It's technology deployment and hopefully transfer, and you can do that through capacitating also the domestic consultant. The second one here is a question from the African NDE, which is that they wanted to know what the next action step is by the CTCN regarding the logistic aspect mentioned in the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Halima. Next is Christian.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nadej, for your presentation on the Adaptation Fund and the AFCIA. I note that you have engaged with a number of parties on this program, and I guess we're still trying to explore what is the best sort of candidate for this, and sometimes one candidate may turn into a completely different idea, and maybe we need to rethink it again. I think there is still a bit of a gap, capacity gap, a knowledge gap between these proposals, these programs that we're trying to implement, and some of the partners that we are trying to work with on the ground. And I think that the way these ideas need to be sold and the way that they need to be communicated, we need to maybe work on refining them a bit. Sometimes what we talk to with each other here at the UN and in these sort of environments doesn't translate that well to when we're trying to communicate with people on the ground, especially when, you know, distance and time zones and emails and Zoom are the methods of communication. So I really admire this project, and I think it's good and it has a lot of potential. It feels like we're still grappling with the best way to communicate and implement it. So I'm all up for working on ideas how to improve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Next is Christopher.
I still think Chile, Japan, Canada were before me.
Chile, Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I'd like to support comments made by previous colleagues from Nigeria and Burkina Faso. And so going back to the previous agenda item, in a way it's connected to this one, as you very correctly said. On there are ways that this could be nudged within the existing frameworks. I understand the point by Jonathan that in the case of the regular technical assistance, there are certain rules in terms of procurement that to make it a more transparent process. But the first thing that sometimes is done, maybe this could be strengthened, is that the response plans has a higher focus on the local element and the local hiring of on the technical assistance. That's the first thing that's easy to do, and that should help to drive the habits toward more having the capacity of the implementing remaining in the country. The other things that also could be done in terms of the NDE onboarding that were discussed is to let know the NDEs which entities are present in the country. So they know where I have a technical assistant, maybe I can reach out to them. So partners in the country are looking to when this pop-ups and they can apply to it and they don't miss it because they were not looking into it. So coordination, pretty much, that also can be done within the existing framework. Supporting the NDE to get country organizations to apply to the network if there is none on the country, and perhaps this element could be included as part of this NDE support that we are discussing now. Also, in going into this agenda item, you will expect that part of the support to NDE, and this is taken the comments by Karina, this is very closely related to how do you understand endogenous capacity and national system innovation. Capacity is not just training people, it's building up institutions. Part of what you will expect from this support on NDE is precisely to build up also the NDE as an institution, not just the people. That involves, I'm going to give you an example of what involves. That involves, for example, that the NDE has, as part of its terms of reference and function, and a part of the terms of reference of some people within the NDE, on the structural organization, set up the NDE function. I can use as an example Chile. We, for many years, we didn't have that, so the people working, doing the operational part of the NDE work was pretty much, not going to say voluntary because you're being paid, but it was not part of your job. That was not part of your job. It was not on your contract. You're doing it because the institution was supposed to do something about it. And that changed just 2 years ago. So that, because now there is a function and a subdivision that is in charge of doing that, and a person that has that as part of their job. That's how you slowly start building an institution. Then that's inside. But then also, part of the things should be also look outside the institution. So, as Karina very correctly said, countries have a lot of these documents, the different documents, and you'll expect that the NDE start to appear in this document, or your climate instrument, or your technology instrument. So on the different policies within the country, you're putting what place this institution should have. So you're building up not just the capacity, you have as part of this process, you could do the mission trying to get the NDE to be on the relevant elements that will make it a more relevant actor within the country to help with its function for technology transfer under the UNFCCC. That's also very important to raise. I believe Steve has raised this many times over the years, but NDEs are the focal point for technology development transfer, and also, of course, as part of that, the contact point and focal point for the CTCN. But it's important that is the view in terms of building up the institution element. Of course, it's very hard to build up institutions if you don't have enough budget to do it. So now it goes into the question of what does this amount actually covers in terms of what does it paid for. And the second is why at least not start with the amount of FTAs, with the fast technical assistance? In a way, this looks very similar to what you finance with or you could potentially do with a fast technical assistance. My understanding, fast technical assistance were at a limit of $15,000. And also, my understanding, the fast technical assistance do not operate this in the same manner that the regular technical assistant, in the sense that will actually allow the NDE to have a much greater degree of direct negotiation in terms of who gets hired if someone gets hired in the context of the STA. I know that because we still have a fast technical assistant to hire a consultant to help us in a project in a sub-regional zone in the south of Chile. And we were consulted at that time on the hiring of the specific consultant because it didn't go through the licitation process. So what I'm trying to say is there are limits, of course, there are constraints, but there are venues that potentially could allow you to have a stronger support to the NDE. That's the first element, triple of what is being proposed. That would be to adjust to FTA. And second, that also allows to have a much stronger influence in terms of the NDE, in terms of, okay, what if someone gets contracted, okay, is this a person at the national level, something that will work? But also this, I think it's important to strain again this other element. Going that way, I think that's actually a good idea, but then on the CTCN side, it has to be ensured that if you, for example, NDE hire someone, $15,000 for many countries would be a lot of money to hire someone for even many months. You need to have deliverables that show you that it fulfilled the mission. That in this case, what it would be, okay, the institution was set up. Now the NDE is actually the NDE, and it says in the contracts, it says in the organization, and so on. So it's very interesting what has been presented, but the overall key point I'm making, this could be strengthened in terms of money, but also in terms of having this view of endogenous capacity that goes beyond people and goes into building up institutions. Only minor comment with modality 3, just was a bit hard to understand. It's kind of an emergency, like you realize you didn't put enough money on the technical assistant, on the normal technical assistant. Now you need some extra money to complement the technical assistance. Or is part of the money the technical assistant goes to contracting the NDE. Okay, that is very country specific. In our case, I don't know, depends on regulation in country, but we cannot receive money. You can come with a bag of money and tell me, we're going to donate to your NDE, and will then allow to accept that. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Colleagues, it will be very embarrassing for me to stop you from talking because in the interest of time, we need to be very brief. I emphasize this and I request you to be very brief. Next is Olia. I request that we go according to the list because many people put up the flags. You will just say, excuse me, sorry. Let's just go with the list that I have here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Ichiro, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and a lot of good work has been done in terms of taking forward the advisory board guidance. Number 1 and 2 are, well fleshed out, and they directly build on the advisory board guidance. My concern is specifically that number 3 deviates substantially from advisory board guidance, and it actually sits outside the parameters provided by the advisory board. So I would request an explanation of how number 3 came about. It not only deviates in terms of policy and what the advisory board wanted to do, but it also well exceeds the $5,000 maximum. It wasn't in the PowerPoint presentation, but it's in the document that was provided that it's up to $25,000, which is multiple times higher than the $5,000 the board discussed. Also, I have a question about the the handling transfer of funds, my impression is number 1 and 2 would not be direct transfer of funds to the NDE. That's at least not the impression we had from previous discussions. And it seems like, and I think colleagues also have the same understanding, that modality 3 would be direct transfer of funds, which is also contrary to what was discussed previously. So I'd like to have a little bit more explanation and discussion around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. And next is Ichiro, then Christopher.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank Secretariat and the UNEP for their a lot of effort to move this forward. I also have the similar point with Oli regarding the modality 3. To me, the modality 3 is seems to be a significant deviation from what was agreed in the previous AB meetings, particularly in terms of maximum fund available per request or per case. I think this is still in pilot stage, and we should stick to the modality we have already agreed in our previous board meetings. Yeah. And modality 1 and 2 seems to be well aligned with the modality we agreed. So I don't see any reason to not to apply this modality to the implementation stage of TA. So what we suggest is to apply this modality to also to the implementation stage of the TA for any logistical support. And I have one question about contract modality. In the modality 1 contract, there is 2 types: small scale grant agreement and also the UN to UN contract. I'd like to request for a bit more explanation about this UN to UN contract. And I'm wondering if this type of contract can reduce the logistical burden for Secretariat to process and manage contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ichiro. Christopher?
Thank you very much, Chair, and many thanks to the Secretariat for the really informative presentation. So now, today, this is the first time that I'm taking the floor today, and I think it's really good to see that the Secretariat has followed up on what we agreed a year ago at the advisory board, and I think this kind of logistical support is an important way to ensure the effective deployment of technical assistance in the developing countries, which is really what we are here to do. I support the points that have been raised by Canada and Japan, and in total I have 3 points that I would like to raise. The first one, in terms of what you presented on modality 1 and 2, I think this is really a good step forward, that overall it draws upon what we agreed a year ago, and I welcome this work by the Secretariat, and it's really positive to see the interest by the NDEs in developing countries for this kind of support. And the second point, and this is something that also Fred mentioned in his opening intervention on this agenda point on the previous consultations that have been with the advisory board on this topic, is that what we agreed was the template for requesting logistical support, which is document 20.1 of the advisory board meeting in April 2024. And what we agreed on was a modality for requesting logistical support. So similar to what was raised by Canada, I don't really understand where these 3 different modalities are coming from, and I think it's important to show that there is one way, one modality of requesting support, so that you cannot apply for all the different modalities at the same time. Like there's one way of applying for logistical support as per the template that we agreed in last year. And then my third and final point is on modality 3, and this has already been raised by Canada, and it was also mentioned by Jonathan during the discussion on the previous agenda item, that what we agreed on the logistical support 1 year ago, it was according to very clearly defined conditions on what could be supported in terms of organization of national meetings, promote visibility, engagement of stakeholders, field visits, post-TA implementation, and national campaigns up to a value of maximum $5,000. So based on this, I think modality 3 really goes beyond what we have agreed as an advisory board, and I think we cannot implement this kind of logistical support at this stage. And I ask the Secretariat to focus on the logistical support as agreed in the advisory board meeting in April last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Next is Alan.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also be very brief and simply second the messages put forward by Canada, Japan, and the European Commission. And I would also like to stress that I think that the suggestions put forward under modality 1 and 2 are good suggestions, but we're also concerned about modality 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan, for being very brief. Next is Emily.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the CTCN Secretariat. My question is related to the TAs, like the multi-country TAs projects. I'd like to know if CTCN offer opportunities for regional and multi-country TAs projects, and if it already exists, how could countries submit together these TAs, and how would the coordination and logistics work in this case? Also, if CTCN identify when several countries have similar technology needs and help them to connect or work together in a shared solution in a South-South collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and we have a colleague, gentleman behind there from the.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief as well. Thank you for the presentation. My first question was, is $5,000 fiscally enough for both modality 1 and 2? I would love to hear how we came to this number. And have we heard any feedback from NDEs on this? And is the price adjusted year to year based on market inflation rate, or is it set on stone for $5,000 USD over the years? Second is there a reason why we do 3 TA completion as a criteria to apply for modality 2? Does that constitute a barrier, or have you heard anything about this? And the final one is, what factors are considered in approving or not approving requests by CTCN for any of these modalities? Thank you.
Thank you. And online we have Jacek from Poland. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. And this is the first time I'm taking the floor. I would like to say that I'm very happy to participate, even if it's only remotely. But going to the point and trying to be brief. So thank you for the presentation and the work that has been done for this subject. We know all that the role of the NDE is crucial in the success of the CTCN. Therefore, we always supported the idea of logistical support, as it was discussed recently in our meeting. And it's also great that this idea is already in the pilot phase. However, I would like to echo the opinion and remarks by Canada, Japan, European Commission, and Sweden, as I have also doubts about the modality 3 that seems to be different and maybe also exceed what has been agreed on the previous AB meeting. It seems that it's very important that when we enter into the implementation phase, we stick to what has been agreed, and we have made this we had an agreement as to the template, as to the big lines of the support, as to the financial element. So very supportive for the idea to support logistical support for the NDEs, but we have to stick to the modalities that have been already adopted. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Jacek. Now I turn over to Jonathan.
To me, Fred.
Jonathan.
So, okay, I'm going to respond first to Karina and to some extent also what Ambrosio mentioned. There are processes that exist at the national level, which are really important. There's a country partnership strategy, in many sort of strategies that are established. But when the countries nominate their NDE, we are expecting the countries to engage their NDEs in this process. We don't think that this is specifically the role of the CTCN to do that. Because first of all, we don't really have the mandate specifically for that. And actually it's a national focal point for technology that has been nominated. I know it's on top of the job that people already have, so I understand the challenges there, but I think it's the role of the country to make sure that everything that is on climate change is coordinated together and that the NDE can actually be integrated in those processes so that what the NDE will do will actually support these different processes that are happening on climate change at the national level. So that's to respond to this first point. Ambrosio, you mentioned also about FTA. Why is this not a modality potentially for like supporting the NDEs? The FTA was established to provide technical assistance, not to strengthen the NDEs. So it's not an institutional strengthening kind of mechanism. You know, as much as we wish to strengthen and, you know, support the NDEs. I will move to the controversial point of modality 3. I mean, modality 3, we basically presented it here because it's something that already is happening before actually any of these modalities were discussed. Because it's part of some of the technical assistance projects that we have established with countries where the NDE is actually playing a specific role into the implementation of the TA, and that was developed as part of the proposal. We were presenting it here because we believe that this is a way for the NDEs actually to have the opportunity to really engage with stakeholders, to make themselves visible, because under the implementation of a TA, that is the moment where the stakeholders at the national level come together, and that's the moment where actually the NDE can possibly play a role and actually make sure that they support the engagement of the different stakeholders. Maybe it doesn't need to be part of this paper on the modalities, but it is something that is already being implemented by the CTCN with some of the countries. This modality definitely doesn't work for everyone because, you know, the way it works is that actually the implementing or the executing partner or the experts, the international organization that actually is leading the request is the one that signs the agreement with the NDE, and we are as the CTCN not the ones actually providing the funds directly to the NDE. So just to say that this is a modality that exists, and probably the best way for the NDEs to actually play a more prominent role, make their networks with the stakeholders, promote what the CTCN does, is actually by being engaged in the technical assistance when it's possible. And again, it's not possible for everyone. There was a question about the different modalities of contracting from Japan. So these are different instruments that are used as UNEP as the hosting organization. SSFA is a small-scale funding agreement, which is a partnership agreement that can be signed with directly the government counterpart. In that case, the funding actually goes to the government entity when that is possible. In some countries, some of the government entities are not allowed or to receive funding directly this way. In the UN to UN approach, there were discussions in the last advisory board meeting where there was a request from a number of countries to say, why don't we work through UNDP? So that would be basically an arrangement between UNEP and UNDP. The funding is channeled to UNDP for UNDP to deliver the work at the national level for the NDE. I hope that responded to the questions. And since we need to stay short, I think I'll stop here. I mean, there's one point on multi-country requests. They exist. We have a few multi-country projects that are under implementation. And I don't know if my colleagues need to add something.
Just very, very quickly with regard to the value of the logistical modality 3, because indeed it's higher than the rest of the modalities. It's just that as part of it's not something that comes additional to what we have in the budget of the TA. It's just that as part of the TA, we do implement workshops and capacity buildings and events and stakeholders consultations and all these kind of activities. And what is suggested is that these activities, workshop, events, stakeholders consultations, capacity buildings, which are already integrated into the TA, which usually are not above this 20-25% of the total amount of the TA, would be taken forward or would be logistically handled by the NDA, but it's not something that comes on the top of what is already included in the TA. Is there the workshop and the trainings and the stakeholder consultations are part of any TAs. It's just the way it is implemented that differs. Thanks.
Yeah, you want to add something? Okay. So that ends our discussion on this agenda item. And I see more flags. We wanted to go to the next agenda item, but if you feel so burning, Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. Sorry for keeping us on this agenda item. I'm going to frame what I tried to say a bit more directly and more briefly this time. First, I would like to advise that the issue is revisited in the future in terms of the objective of the modality and the total amount to be aligned at least with the FTA total amount that now is used, that's $50,000, or whatever is the limit for the FTA assigned in the future. Second, and I just cannot let this pass because what I just heard is a rewriting of the Paris Agreement rulebook on technology. One of the functions of the technology mechanism under the key theme of enabling environment capacity building, letter little j, is enhancing the capacity of national designated entities of all parties, especially those in the developing country parties, to fulfill their roles. That's part of the technology frameworks that provides overarching guidance to this institution and to the tech. Therefore, I cannot accept that part of the response saying that it's not within the mandate of the CTCN to actually enhance the capacity of the NDs. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio. Olia?
Thank you. Appreciate the explanation and understand that this may have been taking place already, like some of the functions in terms of the workshops and the engagement would have already been taking place, but it was not taken place through a contract with the NDE. This was part of the functions of the implementing partner and the NDEs already before, so it's still not clear why a separate contract with funding that's actually moving between implementing partners and NDE is needed at the moment. As well, it's also not clear whether, the TA, how was this happening before? What was the difficulty that was being encountered before that needed this to address it? And again, this is not, I think for sure, this is not part of the ND logistical support discussion that we had before, so we can't accept this as part of this item. But further understanding this idea of a contract with the NDE for up to 25K, this still doesn't quite answer the questions of how this came to be. I'll stop there in the interest of time and let Christopher go ahead.
Thank you, Olia. Christoph.
Thank you very much, Jonathan and Nadesh, for this explanation. I want to echo the point raised by Canada on modality 3. That, I mean, yes, I understand that from your explanation that the support to the NDE is part of the cost of the technical assistance project, but that's still not free money. That it's still a part of the cost of the technical assistance, which is paid by the donors. So, and even if that is up to 10% and a maximum of 25,000, if we didn't have that support to the NDE as part of the technical assistance, then the cost of the technical assistance could be 10% less, and we could do more technical assistance project. So we still don't support modality 3, and we ask you to not implement this kind of logistical support because it goes beyond what we agreed 1 year ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Taure, you have just raised your flag. Can you be very brief, please?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to come again about what Chile has said. This is very important for us. As you know that NDEs are like a gate for the CTCN to be impactful on the ground. It is very important that NDEs have resources to do what they have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think colleagues, so colleagues, sorry, we are going to have a small consultation on the way forward. You will excuse us for a moment. Thank you. Dear colleagues, I think the consultation is over. We can continue. Yeah, in accordance with our consultation, we have seen that there are many issues raised regarding the modalities 1, 2, and 3, and we also observed that Modality 3 has been very contentious. So in that respect, we have decided that we consider dropping modality 3, and then we make sure that we collapse modality 1 and 2 to rhyme with what was agreed on previously, so that we come up with the outlined items or issues that can be covered within the resources to the NDE. And I hope that works. If there's any clarification required, if there's no clarification, then we go ahead to the next agenda item. But I see, related to what I've said? Okay, Oli?
Thank you very much. So really appreciate the quick response back from the Secretariat. So that works very well to collapse 1 and 2 and have the one modality exactly as the board discussed. But I'm still wondering, it just doesn't answer the question of, are you just moving modality 3 to something else and it's remaining that program, that offer for contracting with the NDE? Is that still happening in another space? Because it wasn't happening before, where the NDE was receiving funds for those activities that were already part of the description of the role, right? Like, so is that still going to happen? It's just a cosmetic change that we're taking it out of the modality 3, but it's something, this offer for a $25,000 contract is still something new that will be done elsewhere? Are we just moving it around? So that's what I need to understand. Because I understand this work was happening before, but the contractual arrangement is something that's new from my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. And the next one is Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Chair. The developing countries, we really see the NDE, it's the nationally designated entity. It is the key focal point. If these focal points don't have the proper support, then they are not going to be able to translate the work of the CTCN into results on the ground. We need to increase and accelerate our support of the NDEs. This includes more funding. This $5,000, we look at this as a good pilot project initiative, but it's really a minimum. It's something that we tried to see if it would work. We think the results have been successful, but it needs to be scaled up. This is in line with the decisions of the COP that have directed us to triple the outcomes of renewable energy. It's in line with that. And it's in line with the mission of the CTCN. And we hear the developing countries that, they're resistant to trying to go out and support things that maybe are not impacting their constituencies directly, but this is really important for developing countries that we increase and accelerate the support for the NDEs. At this point, trying to cut this program short or put a cap on it is really not helping us to achieve the goals of the CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Next, have Oli. Is it Egypt? Lydia.
Thank you, Chair. As we are advisory board, SNC, advisory board member, we are advising and maybe be advised from other NDEs from our regional Africa or Latin America or any distinguished region. I'm with the request from Christian as also advisor board member, and I request to as possible from the CTCN. I have so many meetings with Nagadi and Kim regarding this issue of receiving funds and how deal with funds by the NDEs. It's very complicated, I know. And my country, the government, Ministry of Environment, will not accept receiving direct budget for any activity from CTCN in my hand. So this is my second request. It's a must to have solve this problem regarding finding the UN agent like UNEP, which is coordinate with, for example, Egypt, because we don't have this office in Egypt, for example, for UNEP, so it is difficult to receive funds. Even the amount is low or high, it doesn't matter, but even if it is $1, we can't and couldn't receive this in order to implement the activities, which is modality 1 or C or 2 or C or maybe 4 and 5 we will suggest maybe soon or later. So my request from the last, yesterday, seeing the budget also, they may be a saving from the budget. Can, please, if UNEP can manage these savings from the budget from year to year or semester to semester to conclude in supporting NDEs, it will be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. And the last on this subject is Halima.
Thank you for the consideration, Chair. I intervene to support the submission by PNG on behalf of non-Annex 1 parties. And I think what Egypt is saying, apart from the administrative and structural difficulties and challenges, is that whatever little there is left should still be sent to the NDEs. We cannot overemphasize the importance of the NDEs to the work that the CTCN does. We did agree that we start off at 5,000. But if you look at situations, even on a case-by-case basis, after a while, the 5,000 isn't going to be enough. But for the sake of progress with this talk, we should consider the fact that 5,000 is good, we thank you for it, but it is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Halima. Colleagues, we have had the concerns. Some responses came from the Secretariat, and I think most of the issues that came up again were comments, so I think that those will be taken on board. I request that we move to the next agenda item 19, that is the technical assistance that will have 5 sub-items today. First, the 19.1 will provide an overview of the technical assistance portfolio and implementation. This is a crucial and comprehensive agenda item that will cover the technical assistance portfolio, key activities, and notable achievements. Under this sub-item, we will also hear from the Secretariat on the implementation of the new prioritization criteria and the responses to the requests received. Additionally, the Secretariat will present their analysis on the TNA portfolio. Without further delay, I'll now hand over to Najesh from the Citizen Secretariat, who will present an overview of the technical assistance. Najesh, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we have 3 presentations ahead of us. First one is an update on CTC and TA's activities in 2024. I'm going to run pretty fast this presentation because most of the numbers were already presented yesterday during the director presentation. What are the types of technical assistances that the CTCN does? So first, we can work on national strategies, enabling environment. Then we can work on acceleration component, technology, piloting technologies. And then we can work on trying to transfer this technology into a better environmental context, or what we now call NSI. As you can see, we have different examples of these TAs implemented through 2024 for each of these 3 components. These are numbers, again, that were already mentioned yesterday, so we're not going to go deeper into this, just saying that 24 technical assistances were closed and 105 are under a different stage of implementation, or we're under different stage of implementation. This we have an overview of, I think, what was requested more or less yesterday by region. What are the main sectors or system of transformations that are of importance by region? I'm sorry, Central Asia is not directly integrated as a separate region, but it will be part of Asia. And what you can see when the graph in the middle is on business and industry for because we had only one TA that was closed during last year, which was a TNA. But for the rest of the country, for the rest of the region, Africa and Asia, we can see on the graph the different system of transformations that are of most interest. So if we start with Africa, we will have the water, energy, food nexus, which is quite important. Then we have the building, sustainable building, the energy system, business and industry. And when we go to Asia, we can see that water, energy, food is also important, followed with the same level by business and industry, energy, and sustainable building. These are an overview of the portfolio overall. We have different TAs at review or design stage, 44 in total from 37 countries, and we can see the distribution by region, and we can see the distribution by system or transformation. Then we have 41 TAs under implementation from 33 countries, again with a graph by region and by system of transformation. Of course, this presentation is going to be available online at the end of the day, so I will leave you go deeper into the details after this. And we have completed 24 technical assistances in 2024, which were presented yesterday during the director presentation. What are the main trends when it comes to the different system of transformation? And starting with the water, energy, food nexus, we have received many requests on solar irrigation pumping system. We have received requests on climate smart agriculture. We have received many requests on water management, including drainage system. We have receiving requests on agro-meteorological platforms, rainwater harvesting system, as well as monitoring deforestation, for example, tree monitoring, as well as early warning system for flood, for forest fire, for drought, all of them. When it comes to buildings and infrastructure, we are receiving a lot of requests on green buildings. We are receiving requests for coastal zone management. We are receiving requests on how to manage water more efficiently, for example, in Tunisia with the smart water metering systems. And we are also receiving requests with the development of digital platforms. When it comes to energy systems, there are a lot of requests on green hydrogen, and this followed a capacity building which was held in the different regions 2 years ago. So we do see the direct impact between the capacity building made by the CTCN and the generation of requests, which is good, I believe. And then we have a lot of work done on framework on energy efficiency as well as efficient appliances when it comes to energy again. On business and industry, we receive request on circular economy roadmap, and this will come mainly from LAC, Latin American and Caribbean region. We do quite a lot of market assessment and technology frameworks. And on sustainable mobility, as mentioned yesterday, no TAs were completed in 2024, but the latest project we have worked on was on a national framework to deploy and scale up e-mobility in Tanzania. With regard to the enablers, this is the definition of national system of innovation according to TEC, so we're not going to go through it. This is the definition we are following by the CTCN when it comes to defining national system of innovation. And the highlights in digitalization is always early warning system, meteorological platform, multi-hazard platform, smart metering system, efficient energy appliances will be the project we have been involved in the last recent year. So, and one TNA from LAC in Chile. Now, very quickly on the programs. So we have AFSIA 1, which will be completed at the end of 2025. We have AFSIA 2, which has been initiated in 2024. We have one EC-funded program on climate change and security, which will also close at the end of this year, 2025. And we have one EC-funded innovative climate solutions program, which was initiated in 2024 and will close in 2026. I will go into more details right now on AFSIA programs as well as the Innovative Climate Solution Program, because the climate change and security was already presented during the last AB in September, and you have pictures of these programs, both AFSIA and EC-funded programs at the end of the room if you want to have a look. So this is the end of the 19.1 presentation. We will go to 19.2 presentation, please.
Who's presenting that? Okay, we go to agenda item 19.2. Colleagues, I think this is a very important presentation. I would like to open the floor for comments briefly, and following the principles we agreed on. Be very brief, please. Thank you. Can I have Halima? Okay. Ambrosio?
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation to the CTCN Secretariat. Sorry again to take us a bit back before to the previous agenda and then coming directly into this one. Of course, I support all my developing country colleagues and what in their statements. The advice would be, now that this is ending its pilot phase, the understanding this was already more than 1 year in operation, this support to this logistical support, then it should be revised as it's going to full-scale implementation. And what should be revised includes, of course, the limit amount. I think that was raised by many colleagues in terms that $5,000 is quite low, and we already have the practice in terms of setting quick, lower, short interventions by the FTA, and the FTA with $15,000 is set up for 2 months intervention. That probably is more in line with something that could have more impact on the ground while acknowledging the resource limitation by the citizen. But of course, what I'm advising is not to have the discussion now, is to have the discussion when this pilot ends and before it goes into full implementation, so perhaps the next meeting, so everyone can prepare in advance to that discussion. Now going into the technical assistance, again, thank you very much for the information. This is more about how the graphs are shown. We acknowledge that the citizen technical assistants are multi-dimensional. So each technical assistant sometimes touch many different areas of work, many enablers, and the graph do not necessarily show that. In a way, you are forced to choose one. For example, I realized when you show Latin America, Chile just states business as industry, but if we look at the TNA actually goes into agroclimatic information systems, touch upon energy, and touch upon energy on two aspects of energy, so batteries, but also transport. The rapid system transport in sub-regions was part of the TNA. So actually touch upon what where colleagues from, I believe, Ringo asked about, it's actually related to sustainable mobility. So just to make the point that maybe in the future, I know this is very hard because back home we have done that, it's much more intensive, but a way to present information that reflects the multidimensionality of the technical assistant. So it paints a broader picture, more clear, more precise picture of actually how the CTCN is supporting much more than you might think when you just look, when you have to choose just one of them. That was one point I think is important for communication and outreach, perhaps. On what I missed seeing for a long time, also on the website, because those are not easy to find, are the FTAs. I've been talking about in this meeting a lot of the FTAs. I have some sort of bias because they are so small in terms of finance that one time we were not sure if the effort to get an FTA until we have one, until we have our first FTA that was done, and there might be a niche for them to be very effective. Because after having the FTA, and it was a short FTA, but was not on Santiago, not the capital city, it was in a region very far away to the south, very far away from the capital. And then this year, I think a month ago, we did a follow-up to know, okay, what was the outcome, what the stakeholders said, and something that never happened with any other technical assistant, actually the people that consulted, we will write for you. So I sent them, and they just write more than half of the document themselves, and they send back to us reporting, and they involve the local stakeholders on writing, so some of the ministerial representatives. That never happened to me with the other technical assistants that are quite larger. But these people that are in a faraway region, they were so eager to show that this actually worked. So I can share you the report because I translated that to English before coming to this meeting. But what is interesting in terms of the niche is maybe this has a niche on that. Those stakeholders that might be on the ground, that might be not nearby the central government, but on the rural regions, that can benefit a lot from quite of that intervention. I usually don't get that much level of attention. It would be nice that that is reflected on the website, because in the website is there, but you need to have the link. Or you need to Google, but you cannot filter for FTAs on the website. And also, this is, again, regarding to outreach of how this is shown. Sometimes when I have sit with national stakeholders and I show technical assistance done in Chile, the project webpage, this is a bit of UI, but it doesn't look good. Like when you choose, look disorganized, doesn't look that attractive. I can go to you and show you what I mean more specifically, but probably some work needs to be done so it's more attractive when you showcase to other stakeholders. And also a system when you go into technical assistant, you need to show the documents. I don't know if you try to do that. We have technical assistant have several documents. There is a button, and you need to pitch the button one, it will show you 2 more documents. Then you need to put the button one, it will show you 2 more. So if the document you're trying to show is the last one, you have to click like 10 times. This looks like very trivial, but it's painful when you're in a group with people showing that back home and you, yeah. But other than that, of course, congratulate the CTCN on the great work that you do and and the presentation. We're very happy.
Thank you. With those comments and the statements from Ambrosio, I think we'll break for lunch and come back here. Oh, sorry. Valeria?
Thank you, Chair. I will just be brief, and it's a question that we can wait until after lunch. But I saw in the agenda that this point is also about like the implementation of the new prioritization criteria. And I am interested to know about like how is the gender criteria behaving there in the new request, and if maybe you can give some input on that. Thank you.
Okay, shall handle that when we reach there. Thank you. Let's say break for lunch and we come back here at exactly 1 o'clock. Thank you. 1 o'clock, 13 hours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope you all had a nice lunch in the limited time we have, or had, but we must move on. So we are moving on now to sub-agenda item 19.2, Adaptation Fund Climate Innovation Accelerator. This presentation will highlight the CDCN implementation of the APSIA program under its first phase. We'll also hear from CDCN and its implementing partner, who will provide insights into a specific technical assistance initiative under this program, offering a closer look at how it is being developed in practice. So I hand over at this point to Nadej to begin the presentations. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I will now start. So the first part of the presentation is about APSIA 1. Then we will have the introduction of a presentation of a project in Georgia. And then we will quickly have an overview of APSIA 2 and coordination services as well. So let's start with APSIA 1, or just very quickly. As you know, the CDCN is currently managing 3 programs with the Adaptation Fund. The first one is APSIA. It's for the 5 million program, which was implemented in 5 years. It's about adaptations with a main focus on seed and LDC, and we have 25 projects that are all under implementation or closed, and this program is closing in October 2025. Then we have APSIA 2 that has been launched last year for 10 million. We are at sourcing phase. And we had the APSIA coordination services, which was very recently signed and will be initiated in 2026. So for the first one, this is an image of a dashboard that has been created and is available on CDCN webpage, where you can see the 25 projects that are being implemented or recently were closed. 25 projects in 23 countries. 15 of these projects are under the acceleration component, which means technology piloting, and 10 of these projects are under enabling environment. The budget was 5 million from the Adaptation Fund, 3.5 million on TAs, to which the CDCN added some co-funding for 1.6 million. And we have a couple of beneficiaries that you can see on the screen, but you can also access the information directly online. 25 projects, 44% in Africa, 24% in Latin America and Caribbean, 28 projects in Asia, and 1 project in Central Asia that will be presented today. What are the type of solutions that have been implemented? We have worked on aquifer mapping, we have worked on agro-meteorological platforms, we have worked on blockchain, we have worked on climate-smart agriculture, we have worked on drone soil mapping, we have worked on flood mitigation barrier, flood sensors technologies, business model, mainly pay-as-you-use in different contexts. We have worked on solar-powered irrigation system, on water drainage, and you can see the number of projects by type of solutions in the other graph. Sorry. When it comes to Sustainable Development Goals, you can see that we have, of course, an important impact on climate action, number 13, all of them as part of the CDCN mandate. But we also have some impact on other SDGs, including clean water and sanitation, reduce inequality, anger, gender, of course, life on land, cities and communities, clean energy, economic growth, and poverty. So what was done in 2024? As you have seen, we have developed an interactive dashboard. We have also formulated 25 fact sheets, one by country. It's 2 pages. They are available online, and they give the main input, main impact of the country, main numbers for each project for each country. We have also done photo, video, reportage. Some of them are there. And we have also a photo, video, reportage available on UNEP webpage, on SendKits. We will continue to develop this kind of asset. We have a mission in Georgia planned in May to do a photo reportage. We have also done one in Malawi last month with the support of UNEP, and we will do one in Nepal in September. And we are currently working with UNDP in defining a joint impact report to oversee what has been the main evidence, the main impact from the AFSIA 5-year program implemented jointly with UNDP. And this report will be presented and launched during Adaptation Futures in October in New Zealand, and also presented at COP. So these are more graphs that you will find in the interactive dashboard, which is available online. I'm not going to go through it because you will have time. As it is interactive, if you are interested in one specific sector or one specific country or one specific type of technology, you just need to click on it, and then all the graphs just changes colors. So please feel free to go through it and play with the dashboard. And at the end, just below the dashboard, you have the link to each of the fact sheets that have been created. Yeah, I will maybe go through it. The fact sheet include the objective, the social impact, the adaptation impact, the core benefits, if any, innovation and technology that was implemented in each country, the replication potential, and the key figures. And as I said, what is going to happen in 2025, we do this big photo exhibition at Adaptation Futures with the support of the Adaptation Fund and along with UNDP. We are creating a virtual platform where all the materials, both from UNDP and UNEP, will be stored in order to support this virtual exhibition that will be used both for Adaptation Futures as well as COP, and this is with the support of the Adaptation Fund directly. The idea is to have an immersive 3D exhibition as decided by the Adaptation Fund, and we will have, of course, the impact reports launch, as I just said, and the program is expected to close in October. We will have another presentation of the project in Georgia, implemented for AFSIA 1, before I continue with AFSIA 2 and AFSIA Coordination Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadej. So I understand David is with us. So David, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. I'm David Siskaridze, is representing International Business and Economic Development Center from Georgia. It's an honor for me to be attended online at this respectful event and having opportunity for presenting project on building integrated monitoring and early warning forest fire detection system in Borjomi-Kharagauli National Park using innovative remote sensing tools. Location of the project is Borjomi-Kharagauli National Park. Duration was 17 months initially defined, but extend for 4 months due to seasonal and climate change conditions. Technology solution for the project is the development of integrated monitoring and early warning forest fire detection system. Project was funded under technical assistance granted by UNEP through CTCN. Beneficiary is the Agency of Protected Area of Georgia, and we, IBET service provider, selected by tender. Objective of this project is to implement a monitoring and early detection system for forest and landscape fires. System enhances early detection capabilities, provides real-time monitoring, and facilitates quick response to potential fire incidents. System is installed on the customer local server and will provide secure access to authorized users through web interface. The primary objective is to reduce the risk of uncontrolled forest fires in Borjomi-Kharagauli National Park by implementing an advanced monitoring and early warning system. This system will allow for early detection of hazards enabling swift action. Project supports a totally 174,000 beneficiaries. Among them, 1,000 is direct beneficiaries, and the rest of them is indirect. Also, it should be underlined that 52% are women and 15% are youth. Project enhance protection of biodiversity by preventing large-scale wildfires. This also contributes to the preservation of carbon sinks, helping to mitigate climate change and improve public safety and disaster preparedness. At the beginning of the project, as we see on a screen, within the project, there are 5 outputs, but at the beginning, we started with output 1 and started like identification of existing documents, including maps, reports, studies, regulations, frameworks related forest fire monitoring for Borjomi-Kharagauli MP. Simultaneously, IBET's team has prepared project communication document, such as project detailed work plan, monitoring and evaluation plan, and impact assessment. We did mapping of stakeholders with support of Agency of Protected Area, and afterwards it was organized inception meeting with stakeholders and gave them general introduction about the project. At this meeting, it was established stakeholder working group, which formed from representatives from public institution, civil society organization, and business. We developed first most important deliverables, it's risk assessment report for forest fire procedures and technologies used in Borjomi-Kharagauli National Park, which included existing legal basis and institutional setup, current practices for the. Please go for next slide. Yeah, thank you. Current practices for the forest fire control and management in National Park. Next one is a climate change and disaster risks and forest fire risk assessment methodology with formulas. Example of forest fire risk assessment, which show it on a screen. Next output was output number 2, and we did benchmark of existing integrated monitoring and early warning forest fire detection technologies, and it was proposed 3 different scenarios with advantages and with some disadvantages of these 3 scenarios. First one, we proposed video camera and management system using AI, which included mast or other buildings like tower, power supply system, internet connection, secure communication network, and video cameras, and of course, centralized management system. Second option, please scroll next slide. Second option was detection with sensors, with sensor wireless format. And next slide, please. Was unmanned aerial vehicle drones, which includes long-range industrial drones, autopilot functionality, real-time monitoring, and some other issues. Please scroll next slide. As a result, review of the 3 different scenarios, stakeholders working group prioritized first scenario. It's like setting video camera and development management system using artificial intelligence. And we show advantages over other scenarios, and it's shown on slides. It first one, less dependent on climatic conditions. Second one is detection and management is carried out in real time. It's also possible to produce video or photo history of the surveyed forest area. Technology is well known, hardware commonly available, and it's easy service for the system and for easily expandable. That's why it was the preference. And on the basis of selection stakeholder working group, we designed and built an early warning forest fire detection system with video camera and control management system, which include two main parts, hardware and software infrastructure. And you shown on the pictures, it was this hardware infrastructure was built on Zekari Pass. It's 10 kilometers far away from Abastumani town within Adigeni municipality. And this hardware infrastructure, it's consisting the following components, like mast-like tower with 6-meter height, lighting protector, equipment shelter, solar panels and equipment. And also most important part is a set of video camera. It's including video surveillance camera for monitoring forest areas, outdoor surveillance camera, and internal video camera for equipment shelter. And last component is a network equipment and internet connection provision. And if you can scroll next, it's like map. And in the map, we can see like area which covered by this infrastructure. It's it covered. There are two main colors. It's like orange, red, and purple. And totally it coverage 8,000 hectares of Bastumani district. Please, next slide. Next slide about second part of this infrastructure. It's software, name it centralized management system. And if we go to next slide, number 13, and click on this, we can see short video clip. And please switch on this. Please click on play button. Do you hear me? Can you, sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, and can you push button on a 13 like slides?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work, David.
Does
That's
not
okay.
work.
That's okay. We will put the people will look at the video once we upload the PowerPoint online. That maybe would be the better option. Thank you very much. Please move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for inconvenience. And just a few words about the system. System is based on the geographical information system integrated with video surveillance cameras. And it utilizes artificial intelligence video stream processing for smoke and fire detection. An incident involving automatic smoke detection using video camera. Smoke area is visible in the red square on fire. And now we finalizing output number 4. It's about defining standard operation procedures for efficient use, designed integrated monitoring detection system, which include like forest fire prevention, preparedness, response and restoration. And yesterday we finalized the first draft of this report, and it was sent to UNEP representatives. Please, next slide. Now I want to summarize like my presentation and say a few words about key outcomes which we got within this project. It's the first one, what I want to underline, it's enhanced fire management, which means the system enables early detection of fires, reducing response time and minimizing potential damage. Next one is the operational reliability, using solar energy and robust construction, which ensures system operates continuously in remote and challenging environments. And also about environmental protection issues, proactive fire detection helps protect forest ecosystems, contributing to the conservation of Borjomi-Kharagauli National Parks. And as a conclusion, I would say successful implementation of early detection system for fire and smoke at Zekari Pass marks a significant step forward in forest fire management and environmental protection. The system robust infrastructure, real-time monitoring capabilities, and energy independence provides sustainable solution to one of the region's critical challenges. This project serves as a model for similar initiatives, demonstrating value of investing in advanced technology to safeguard natural sources and communities. Thank you so much. It's all from my side.
Thank you very much, David, for that very interesting presentation. Please stay online, and we'll take questions and comments after the next presentation. So thank you very much once again.
Of course, yeah, I'm staying.
Thank you. So we move on now to sub-item 19.3, Spotlight on the European Commission-funded Innovative Climate Solutions Programme. For this presentation, we will hear from the Secretariat and also an implementing partner and network member on technical assistance. So I give the floor back to Nadej for this presentation as well.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. We will continue with the presentation of another program which is funded by the European Union, which is called Innovative Climate Solutions, which was initiated last year. It's a 2 million program that will end in 2026. Under this program, there are 8 projects that are being implemented. 7 are fully funded by the EU, and 1 is co-funded by the CTCN. 2 are in Latin America and Caribbean, 1 is in Asia, and 5 are in Africa. And it's a program which mainly focused on national system of innovation. We will do roadmaps, we will do feasibility surveys, we will do assessment, framework, national plans, and we will work mainly this time on mitigation. Only 2 projects are covering both adaptation and mitigation. The sourcing phase was done in 2024. Now we are mainly in the process of bidding processes and contracting. We have 2 projects already ongoing, one in Kenya, which will be presented in a couple of minutes, and one which was kicked off last week. It's a multi-country project, actually, for Ringo. It covers the multi-country one covers 4 countries, Togo, Senegal, DRC, and Guinea. And it's on agrivoltaic, and the rest of the projects are in the bidding process, and we expect the program to be closed in 2026. This is the list and the title of each of the projects. I'm not going to go through it, but please feel free to refer to the CTCN webpage or to this presentation. So what comes next in 2025? Of course, we hope that the bidding processes will be finalized and that we will be able to kick off all of these 8 projects. We will develop fact sheets for each of them. We hope to be able to do stories, web stories, on FX6, for example, as well as on cement, most probably. We will, of course, continue to do some comms social post, for example, as well as blog, and we will talk about this project on CTCN newsletters. That's it. I would like to give the floor maybe to the Kenya SF6 project. It
still has not connected.
No, it's not there. So questions, no?
Yeah.
Vice Chair, I think we can move with the questions because the speaker online is not connected. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. So, colleagues, we open the floor for questions on these two presentations, one on AFXIA project and another on innovative climate solutions. So, members, the floor is open. European Commission, please.
Many thanks to the Secretariat for this presentation, and indeed, as mentioned by Nadesh, that this project funded by the European Union is one of the two different funding programs that we have with the CTCN. The other one was presented to you guys at the last advisory board meeting, which is focused on climate technologies in conflict-sensitive countries, which is 10 different technical assistance projects. And then there's the one that was presented today, which is focused on innovative climate solutions with 8 different technical assistance projects. And really a lot of thanks to Nadesh and the other Secretariat colleagues for the amazing work done on the implementation of this. For all of you, if you think you have enough of me just meeting me at COP, SPON sessions and advisory board meetings, think about poor Nadesh that talks to me every week. So no, but it's really a pleasure working with the Secretariat as part of implementation of this project. And I also encourage other donor countries as well to provide grant support to the CTCN and also to do it earmarked for specific projects, because it's a really good opportunity of being able to follow the specific technical assistance projects from the beginning to the very end and to be involved in that process. So as mentioned, that for this program, it's 8 different technical assistance projects in Colombia, Peru, Senegal, Guinea, Togo, DRC, Kenya, Mozambique, and the Maldives. And that only 2 of these have started, while the others are still in the bidding process. And this morning, there were many non-Annex 1 NDEs that were highlighting the important role of local parties, of local stakeholders. So I also encourage the respective non-Annex 1 NDEs in these countries to really advertise these bids that are ongoing now, because this is the time for if there are local parties to be involved in the bidding process. It's now before the projects start. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, European Commission. So the floor is open to members, but also to observers. I see Sweden, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and also thank you to the CTCN Secretariat for this presentation. Very interesting to see all the good work that's being done. Just curiosity around the AFCIA 1 program. You presented the sustainable development co-benefits also of the projects. And I saw that only 2 projects had gender co-benefits highlighted. So I was just curious to learn more about this, since I thought that gender was being mainstreamed across CTCN's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden. So I don't see any other requests for the floor. The intervention from the European Commission was very much a comment, but, I see Chile, please.
First, I would like to appreciate the reports that we have been provided on these different technical assistance. The last project was a very interesting project to see kind of very neatly combining different elements regarding adaptation, also mitigation, because it's for conservation, putting technologies, specific technologies, and also integrating the enabler. Very nicely done in terms of having specific cases. My question goes to the Secretary in terms of how we can organize in future meeting perhaps a segment that allows the advisory board to, in a more systematic manner, have an overview to fulfill the function that's one of the functions of the advisory board in terms of the timeliness and the appropriateness of the CTCN technical assistance request. You might know on the terms of reference of the board, there are several elements, and one of those elements is precisely about the appropriateness and the timeliness, and I wonder if we can set up perhaps a structured manner so the board members have an overview and can adequately perform that function, because on case by case, of course, we can gain a deeper understanding, and we see that this technical assistance seems quite relevant and interesting, but probably we need to find a way that we can do that kind of analysis in a summarized manner for the whole portfolio, and not just on a single case on some of the cases. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chile. So I'm advised that our colleague from Kenya has now joined online. This is Mr. Peter Rimba Maneno, Assistant Director Climate Change, GHG Inventories from the State Department of Environment and Climate Change. Peter, if you can hear us, you're very welcome to give your presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. I'm Peter Maneno. I'm joined by Caroline from the Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute, which is the NDE in Kenya. I'd like to give a presentation on our technical assistance project, which is phasing out SF6 from Kenyan electricity grid. Thank you. Next. We proposed this technical assistance following a learning event that was held in Berlin in 2023, where Kenya was one of the countries that took part, and we thought that it might be high time that we can have an intervention in this sector, because as you all know, SF6 is widely used in the electricity transmission and distribution grids, despite being of very high global warming potential and high life and long lifetime. That's because for a long time there hasn't been a viable alternative. But right now we came to learn that there are viable alternatives that have been proven to work in the market. So there is an opportunity to replace this with more greener and environmentally friendly options. Next. So this fits very well with the ambitions of the country, being a leader in terms of greening our economy. Kenya, as you know, has a target of 100% renewables in the electricity grid by 2030, and currently we have high generation from renewable energy going the upwards of 90%. But there is a significant part of the country that is not yet electrified, and the grid needs to be modernized, and this will inevitably call for an extension of the network by more than 50% in the next few years. However, the SF6, as much as we know, is being used. We do not know how much, and even the national inventory has not been tracking that SF6, and this is one of those blind spots that we aimed to cure. Kenya would then be one of the first African country to safely manage and phase out SF6 in its quest for sustainability. Next. So the challenge that we are grappling with is that most, if not all, the switchgear, the GIS switchgear that is installed and planned is dependent on SF6. That was the gold standard. That is what the grid operators and technicians knew. And this is even reflected in the plans that we had, or we have, where all the massive expansion that we expect will all be premised to be undertaken on SF6 infrastructure. Now, this risk of emission growth is what we want to curtail, so that, yes, we grow the grid, we supply power to the citizens and all the regions of the country, but without the attendant growth in emissions from this highly potent gas. Right now in the country, what we have are corporate guidelines, but there is no national regulation on reporting or even management of the SF6 in the electricity or any other sector. Next. So after the learning event in 2023 and proposal, on the side, after the learning event in July 2023, on this, and then we had a meeting on the sidelines of the Africa Climate Week, where some Valentin and others from CTCN, we met, and they guided us and helped us made the request. The Ministry of Energy made the request through the NDE, which is the Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute. And in a very quick turnaround, in about a year, we're ready to kick off. Through the CTCN, a consultant had been procured, and the project started. We expect this project to be done by later this year, probably Q3, and we seem to be on track largely. Next. So the tier, some of the key outputs of the tier: first, to enhance visibility and know the extent of the problem, we are doing a baseline inventory, from which then we can monitor, and it will also advise on any interventions that we are planning. Also, we will propose a safe SF6 management guide that should be adopted by all those players, mainly the electricity sector utilities who use and store SF6, and then mapping of the international SF6 free alternatives and matching them to our needs to see how to see the options that are available and see how this could be adopted. We'll develop an SF6, national SF6 phase-out roadmap and policy recommendations that will be shared with the government for consideration and possible adoption. Thereafter, we'll also prepare 2 SF6 free technology pilots. And this, we hope with this to interest financiers who should help us to have this rolled out, which can then serve as proof of concept to the technology. All through the tier, there is capacity building, so that the interventions do not die with the end of the project, so that it is sustainable moving forward. So as we stand today, the inventory, the data collection has been completed, and analysis and validation is ongoing. And this is being monitored closely by the Climate Change Directorate, which is in charge of reporting for the BTR. And hopefully we'll have this in the BTR, which is due next year, the second BTR, which is due next year. The capacity building sessions, we have had 2 capacity building sessions, and we hope for a few more on MRV and self-management. And this SF6 management guide prepared by experts from the consultancy team, and also looking at the gaps that there are in the current corporate practices, so as to manage in a good, sustainable manner what is already in place. And the mapping of the SF6 free technologies to reassure the project developers that there are options, and have this in their list of options when designing projects, so that they can be up for adoption in projects moving forward. This, besides the consultants, which is HIT, an international consultant that I think they're based in Germany, and a local counterpart, Namlolwe, that is from Kenya. The team, the tier was also led by a project working group made up of a representation from the various electricity sector utilities, as well as the standards body, the NDE, the environment regulator, the energy regulator. And we've had several meetings. The next one, which will take place tomorrow. We've visited various sites, like the photo you see there is a site visit to the Athi River substation, which is operated by the transmission system operator. Next. We also managed to visit the substation in Kamburu, one of the largest substations, which is operated by Kenya Power, which handles the bigger chunk of the distribution grid and a small part of the transmission grid, and whose equipment holds most of the SF6. Next. So, as we finalize the inventory, we are seeing that there are quite a number of equipment, nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment in power generation, transmission, distribution, all along the value chain, which contain SF6. The consultants trying to determine the actual amount, and to see how much is held in the banks, either in the equipment or in storage for maintenance. The emission factors are then will be determined based on the leakage rates, so that we can estimate the emissions from this subcategory. And we hope now with this project, we shall be able to pilot the SF6 technology-free project, which will serve as proof of concept, which will allow for the doubters and for those who are unaware of the options that there are in the market, come and see and satisfy themselves on the viability of these options. This will also help with the development and adoption of regulations, and aid in advocacy for SF6 phase out, so that it does not, being a developing country, will also demonstrate that this is a solution that is viable even for everybody, including the developing countries, because a lot of the action right now has been in the developed world. And with this, we should be able to unlock finance for scale up, because then the marginal cost, if any, will be determined and can be accurately modeled. I think that is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. So there were a couple of specific questions to the Secretariat from Chile and Sweden. So let's give the Secretariat an opportunity to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I would respond to the question from Sweden. So yes, indeed, we also noticed that gender was one of our weakness as part of EFSIA. It's not only there are not only 2 projects with gender impact, because at the end of the day, we always do capacity building and women are obviously invited, but it's true that there are only 2 projects with a main focus on women and gender. And we also noticed that this was a weakness and something we needed to improve. So 2 mitigation measures have been taken in order to compensate this. The first one was the creation of a gender roster, which is available online, and the exact title is Technology, Mechanisms, Gender and Climate Technology Expert Roster. And the objective of this tool is to support the IP in identifying gender experts, which is not always easy or not always part of each other IP team. So with that roster, they can easily identify someone who has experience in the host country and work with this person to improve the gender assessment and gender implementation. And the other thing that has been formulated and implemented very recently is the gender assessment and gender action plan, which is not a mandatory deliverables as part of the CTCN and will be requested for all technical assistants, not only AFSIA ones, or also CTCN ones, in order to take into account this gender component more seriously and support the IP in the implementation and monitoring of this very important matter. So we are working on it and we hope to be able to see improvement during the next AB. Thank you. I will give the floor to Ariesta for the second question from Chile.
Yes, thank you very much, Chile, for the questions on the monitoring of the timeliness and effectiveness of the technical assistance. Yes, we are currently setting up in place the system actually to monitor the timelines. It's a very as you know that the process for the technical assistance from the beginning, there's a lot of consultation, so it's not only like a linear process, but it depends also on the where we are. Even from the stage of the response plan, there's a lot of interactions between the CTCN team and with the NDEs, and after that there is going to be a lot of interactions between NDE and implementing partners, and therefore we are setting up a system to capture all of this, and hopefully at the next AB meeting we will be able to present something as part of the presentations on the overall of the technical assistance. So, and then we can have a look actually like where what the bottleneck seems to be. But I just want to let you know that the process is not always like a linear, but it's kind of a back and forth as the nature of the technical assistance itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you again to Nadej, David and Peter for your presentations, and the feedback from members is well noted. Can the Secretariat please confirm whether the speaker for 19.4 is not yet online? Okay. Chile, is that an old flag?
Thank you much. Thank you much to the Director for the direct response. Just to highlight that timeliness and appropriateness is also part of the mandate of the advisory board. So we know this is very difficult. At home we also have the same issues with our clean production agreements in terms the timelines vary because there is a negotiation process, but it's the starting point to actually do the assessment. So there is no intent of making an accusation, just highlighting this point because this is something that the advisory board should be doing in a regular basis, ideally. And so far in the past, this is my judgment on it, we have not been very systematic about how we're doing that assessment. That was the point. Regarding the presentation, again, thank you very much for the presentation on this technical assistance. Thank you to the CTCN for the capacity building program. They invited Chile to participate. Now we're championing this issue within the country. This is for the low country parties, you might not realize, but if you look at the many inventories, the several developing countries, sometimes it doesn't even get reported. So very few are looking at it. And as you expand your grid, this is starting to be in use. Like doing now a master on energy with business people, and they are using that, and they have zero awareness of the impact. And even it is high under the world government potential 100 years, it's actually higher because of the lifetime. So it's one of the few gases that the current metric actually understates the total impact of that particular gas. So this is very important work.
Thank you. Women and Gender constituency.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nadesh, for your answer about the gender mainstreaming, and thank you, Erlan, for making the question of gender. But I wanted to know about the gender roster. I also know that this maybe is going to be discussed further in the gender mainstreaming tomorrow, but since you mentioned here, I was wondering maybe if we, for the next AB meeting, we can maybe know more like the challenges that the IPs are having to contact these gender experts, because I know that there is also a challenge. I know with gender we have a lot of challenges, and that's why also the WGC is here to support you to deal with them in somehow. So maybe it's interesting to know why the IPs maybe are not contacting the gender roster experts, or what is happening there that they are not like meaningful collaboration or partnerships.
Thank you very much, Women and Gender constituency. Can we please take this up in gender mainstreaming? Thank you very much. Thank you. So we move on now to item 19.5, which will provide an update on the efforts related to post-implementation follow-up and the monitoring of activities after the completion of technical assistance requests. So I invite Valentin from the Secretariat to present. Valentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I would deliver this presentation together with my colleague Daye, and would give her the floor first for the first couple of slides.
Thank you, Valentin. So, hello everyone. I'm working at the Secretariat as a network specialist, and I'll be presenting this agenda item with Valentin. The purpose of this discussion presentation is to seek guidance for the most effective approach, and reflects the collective work and insights gathered from our regional TA teams. Through a discussion we had on the matter of the post-implementation follow-up. And this is a term called like a follow-up that takes place after the implementation of our TA. To begin, okay, thanks. So, to begin with some background, the Conference of the Parties, through Para 4 of the Decision 19 CMA 4, requested the CTCN to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of its work by adopting more practical approaches. In parallel, results from the most recent NDE survey revealed that many NDEs lack sufficient understanding of the outcomes of completed TAs in their respective countries. The survey, as well as the UNEP's terminal evaluation work, also emphasized the need for stronger support from the Secretariat in this area. In response to this, last AB 24th Advisory Board meeting, the board recommended that the center should enhance its efforts on the post-implementation follow-up, particularly those outlined in the TA closure report. So today we will share our current M&E practices related to TA and some of the key challenges that were mentioned by our colleagues in the post-implementation follow-up. Lastly, the points for consideration for board members, where we seek guidance to have most effective and streamlined post-implementation approach that potentially avoids any duplication of efforts. The TA implementation cycle is not linear, as was mentioned earlier, but if we divide it into a linear process for the simplicity, it could be divided into 3 phases, before implementation and after the implementation. So if you see this diagram, at the very start of the implementation, after the bidding process, the selected network member, so-called implementing partner, IP, is asked to submit the M&E plan, monitoring and evaluation plan. And this includes identifying the key performance indicators relevant to their TA activities and setting specific targets for themselves. After the TA is completed, the TA IP, the selected network member, must submit a closure report. And this is the main document that capturing TA results, TA results. And it includes the updated M&E plan that we submitted, that IP submitted earlier, and shows the progress against the original KPIs they set. It also outlines the proposed next steps to advance the TA outcomes. Thirdly, we also request the NDE to submit the NDE feedback form upon the closure of the TA. The form captures the NDE's satisfaction level regarding the timeliness and adequacy of the support provided in relation to their initial expectations. So these 3 documents, along with the KPI selected at the outset, form the mandatory M&E requirements at each project level. In addition, the Secretariat conducts, as you all know, that we conduct a biannual NDE survey through the UNFCCC technology mechanism. And this survey has been gathering a portfolio-level feedback from the NDEs, asking their satisfaction on the most successful TAs among all the TAs they conducted in the past. So importantly, beyond the formal mechanism, I would like to highlight that the role that our TA regional teams play in the post-implementation follow-up. They maintain close communication with NDEs, IPs, and these are often through informal and ad hoc check-ins, virtual calls, some email exchanges and conversations happening during the NDE fora. These interactions provide valuable updates for the CTCN, and any operational financial challenges encountered in a country after the TA is completed, and any updates on the adoption of technical recommendations delivered as a result of TA. So despite having a fairly solid M&E framework in place, the discussion with our TA colleagues highlighted the several challenges in ensuring effective post-implementation follow-up. These can be categorized into 4. The first one is low response rates from the NDEs, and TA teams noted that response rates from NDEs, both for the NDE feedback form or for any post-implementation related inquiries, it has been very low. Not very, but it has been relatively low. And some cases we had to multiple times do a follow-up. So this is often due to NDEs facing competing priorities, limited institutional memories, or lack of incentives, most importantly, a lack of incentives to provide timely feedback to the CTCN. Also, secondly, the limited opportunities for in-person follow-ups, as mentioned already in the past by the board members. We often yield stronger outcomes if we meet face-to-face, but TA teams have despite the time and resource constraints, the NDE forums has been a very valuable venues for engaging with NDEs. However, the absence of implementing partners and project proponents in these fora, who typically might possess direct and complementary insights into post-implementation impacts, can lead to an incomplete understanding of what has happened after the TA. Thirdly, so we acknowledge a clear opportunity to improve post-implementation follow-up through a more structured and systematic approach. And lastly, also it implies the resource constraints because, for example, in the 2024 alone, the CTCN has completed 24 TAs. And conducting a follow-up for example, all the TAs conducted in the past 2 years, for example, would involve a minimum of distributing 48 feedback forms annually. And also, in addition to this, the Secretariat holds the duty to disseminate the biannual ND survey every 2 years. So these demands highlight the need for dedicated resources within the center to effectively sustain the follow-up efforts.
I will take over from here now. I think we all agree, based on our experiences in the past, that post-implementation impact monitoring is extremely relevant. We have seen the Burundi story that really went viral. We have seen the success with the PPF in Kenya, for example. So understanding what the post-implementation impact of our technical assistances is has a benefit for the CTCN, it has a benefit for COP donors and partners, and also a benefit clearly for NDEs and project proponents. And some of these benefits are potential benefits and relevance are summarized here. For the CTCN, it provides us insights into the effectiveness, scalability, and replicability of technical assistances. It provides evidence to refine our support mechanisms and improve future interventions. It gives us the possibility to highlight tangible climate actions and benefits. It provides us, it helps us to provide post-implementation support in case of any challenges. If we are aware that an NDE or project proponent is, for example, struggling to reach any potential financial partners, and we can do an introduction that can unblock some situations. And obviously, it also increases the credibility of the CTCN as an effective mechanism to deliver climate technology assistance. This has benefits towards COP donors and partners as well. It provides donors and partners with access to measurable quantitative and qualitative outcomes, especially to you as board members. It will justify your engagement with the technology mechanism and CTCN in particular. And it will provide us the possibility of evidence-based decision-making and justification for continued funding. As for the NDEs and project proponents, us knowing the challenges but also the successes that take place after the technical assistance has been completed allows us to provide additional visibility and reach on successful implementation. It can attract further financing and partnerships, and we would be able to provide additional post-implementation assistance in case of any challenges. So here we have the same graphic again, complemented with one new element, as you can see, boxed with a new right above the post-implementation form. What we really need is a coherent and effective approach to post-implementation monitoring. And therefore, we suggest to introduce a post-implementation form that links to the information and data that is provided in existing templates, including the M&E plan, the closure report, the NDE feedback form, and is also coordinated and aligned with the biannual technology mechanism NDE survey, that there are no overlaps and duplications. So this new post-implementation form would be completed by NDEs and project proponents of technical assistances, past technical assistances on a frequent basis for each technical assistance closed in the last few years. Now, a few additional information on this initial draft that we have developed for the post-implementation form. Through this post-implementation form, NDEs and project proponents would provide tangible, qualitative, and quantitative information on 3 aspects. First of all, on actions taken after the completion of a technical assistance, on the achieved climate mitigation and/or adaptation impact, and on challenges that are encountered. This suggested post-implementation form is structured along different aspects: technology innovation and implementation, enabling environment and technology pathways, capacity building and training, stakeholder engagement and collaboration, and funding and investments. In any of these areas, there might be updates that an NDE or project proponent can report on, whether progress has been made, whether any challenges have been encountered, or whatsoever. Obviously, we understand that there is an additional burden for the NDEs that comes with this form. They might need to do some consultations with project proponents and beneficiaries of a past technical assistance. So, what we are clear on incentives that we need to set. So, first of all, future CTCN support might be enhanced based on an active engagement and reporting. The NDE logistical support can be provided specifically for post-implementation monitoring. These are some of the incentives that we have identified so far. Now, this document is still very much in a draft stage. I think you've seen it in the AB documents. It was shared as a kind of additional, not required, but additional document. And there are still some open considerations that we need to streamline for this post-implementation form. Bearing in mind that it doesn't only require additional time for NDEs and project proponents, but also additional time for the CTCN to circulate this form, to collect this form, to analyze this form, and somehow in a smart way also utilize the data that has been retrieved through these forms. So that is why there are a few open considerations in terms of the frequency. Should this post-implementation form be requested on an annual or biannual basis? In terms of the duration, should this post-implementation form be filled for 3, 4, 5, or X years after completion of a technical assistance, based on the awareness that some technical assistances might only show tangible results? For example, in industrial sectors, might only show tangible results 5, 6, 7 years after implementation. In terms of types of questions, information, and data, how can this form best align with existing documents and remain efficient to be filled out and analyzed? In terms of guidance, what types of guidance would NDEs and project proponents need in order to really effectively fill out such a form and do post-implementation monitoring? There's different levels of depth, obviously. If we think about the climate impact of the energy efficiency measures that have been implemented, sometimes it requires a life cycle assessment. Sometimes it requires more complex calculations to really identify the climate impact. So what type of guidance can we provide there? What is the ideal medium to request and submit this information? Do we just use the form as a virtual document that is filled out basically, and then we need to manually input and analyze this data afterwards? Is it perhaps on a medium or long term smarter to develop a dedicated platform for this? What are some of the communication channels that we could explore? Should we use NDE fora on an annual basis for this? What are the downsides or upsides for this? And lastly, incentives as well. What are relevant incentives for NDEs and project proponents? So I think these are some of the considerations that we are still having in mind. Very happy to discuss any of these and get inputs on them. I think the next step would be to finalize this draft of the post-implementation form and potentially pilot it and see if we receive any tangible outcomes there. But we would definitely like to streamline this in the months and years to come. Thank you.
So thank you both for this. And now the floor is open to AB members for any comments and particularly any guidance to the Secretariat on this matter. So Sweden, please.
Thank you very much for presenting this. I think it's very important with the post-implementation follow-up, of course. I would just like to know a little bit more about the cost associated with the frequency and duration of this follow-up. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden. Are there other members who wish to intervene? Chile, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Canada. Canada. Mistaken identity.
We can exchange.
We're going to start trade, I think.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you very much for this really informative presentation. Really good work and a lot of thought went into this. And having been around the CTCN for a while, I can say that this is something that has been a challenge until now. And even when we first developed the MNE system, there was this missing piece of how do we communicate longer term impact. And I think this is definitely going in the right direction. And the fact that you tie it back to the transformational change associated with the Paris Agreement is fundamental. So it's what we talk about often is like, what's the mandate? Transformational change, how do we show it? That being said, I do support, I echo some of Erland's question. It would be good to know what's associated with it and being very mindful that, of course, as you had mentioned, that this is an extra responsibility on the NDEs. And this ties back to our other discussion, which about the capacity of NDEs and the support that they need, and the reason why we had previously supported additional support for the NDEs was recognizing this, and it's really great to see how you tie this with the modality number 2 that you spoke about before. So what the Secretariat has done here, which is great, is putting forward some additional ideas along with the support for it, and we're very supportive of NDEs getting the support needed for it. So in general, just to sum up, I'm curious to know a little bit more, like would this, and maybe other colleagues here would comment on how they think their NDEs would receive this. I think that would be very interesting to hear. In summary, supportive of this and interested in a little bit more details of how this would roll out. Thank you.
Thank you. The Bingo constituency, please.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the floor and thanks for the presentation. Indeed, evaluation, I think it's a very important piece, especially if we want to raise the amount of resources that we want in the projects. So I would first suggest that we take a look in the submission forms, because they should guide us on the evaluation as well. If the NDEs put in the submission form already some of the ways that they plan to evaluate, then we have a way to circle back to that. So and that could answer some of the questions like the durations. It will depend on the project. There are projects that you are going to have feedback from year to year. There are others that I imagine that would take longer, for example, agriculture projects. So we shouldn't have just strict ones, but maybe refer to. And the incentives, the last question, I think it's coming back to the modalities as well, but also the incentive, the biggest incentive is the potential to raise funds to scale up the project. So the better we can have the results, the better we can sell the idea to funds to scale that up.
Thank you very much. Next is Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor again. This is very much welcome and was requested by several evaluations of the CTCN and even the technology mechanism. So it's very much aligned with previous guidance by the parties. On how to implement that, that's actually not an easy question for the type of support that is provided mostly by the CTCN. So this is a good idea to start doing piloting to see what stick. I'm trying to find the draft document on what's on the form, but I cannot find it. I don't know if it was published for the meeting. If it was not published or shared with the advisory board members before the meeting, then my suggestion would be that this is shared after the meeting and you give a couple of weeks perhaps so members can comment on it. So you can take all these comments for draft version 2, and then try to see if NDEs can use it and see what can be learned of that usage. Just before we initiate the discussion, I sent a mail to a regional representative of the CTCN asking exactly how we could access this modality. So I think if my boss is the director, she's the actual focal point in Chile, agrees, maybe we can try to do a pilot, and since we have several internal reports, many of them we have shared with the CTCN, and that could be the basis to select one technical assistant and try to do this for one of the technical assistants that have in which Chile has been involved, and maybe that can be a use case of part of this piloting. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So turning to the observers, Colby College, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that really insightful presentation, and it was really wonderful to see the progress that's been made. Also, you both are very inspiring for leading a project of that scale at such a young age, so thank you so much. So to truly understand the perspectives and needs within our diverse communities, I think we must acknowledge the potential barrier we might be overlooking, the accessibility and cultural relevance of surveys, as well as promotion of our projects. While we're aiming for broad participation, the language and context of our instruments can exclude some valuable voices. So building on this understanding and to ensure we gather most comprehensive insights, perhaps we could consider the impact of the language that we're using in the survey, so offering surveys in native languages, alongside showcasing successful projects and their outcomes in those same languages, might significantly enhance participation and demonstrate the value of these efforts to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I give the floor back to the Secretariat to respond to some of the points raised.
Thank you very much for the really important questions. Starting with the question from Sweden on the costs, you have seen in an earlier presentation that in our recruiting pipeline we have an M&E person. This M&E person would take over large parts of this activity in collaboration with the regional teams that have access or direct contact to the NDEs. In terms of, let me go through the notes. In terms of the question or the comment from Bingo on the projects having a very different nature, and the feedback cycle might be a different one for some projects. I think this is why we put up these open considerations. There's always a kind of a consideration that we need to do in terms of efficiency of applying the same methodology, basically, because if we have 40 projects or 60 projects ongoing every year, and we do this for let me just do a calculation, we do it for 3, 4, 5 years towards the past, and we have 30 projects per year that we are completing. It means that we do this for up to 150 projects each year, basically, and it's really a considerable amount of work. If then we have to go through a table and say this project maybe not, probably it takes another year or two to mature, basically, it's going to be really difficult for us. So I think we need to automatize it to a maximum amount so that we reduce the amount of work that is needed for it, basically. And it is totally fine if the NDE says no progress has been made. Yeah. In terms of the suggestion by Chile, we would very much like to explore a use case on post-implementation monitoring with Chile. Thank you for this proposal. In terms of the comment made by Colby College, in terms of the language and context, I think it is we don't worry too much about this because, first of all, it's not really a survey that goes out to unknown respondents, but this form goes out to the NDE and project proponent with whom we've worked very intensively over a year or 1.5 years of time. They're very familiar with the project. It is right in their area of expertise, basically, and therefore they are the language that we are using shouldn't be of any surprise. They have filled the NDE feedback form before. It's basically a continuation, more or less, to the NDE feedback form, another form that they have filled already in the past.
Thank you very much. So the Secretariat is seeking guidance on the various design features which are currently on the screen in front of us. So if there are members who have any inputs to one or more of these items, please do raise your flag. Unfortunately, only some of us can see the screens which are in the centre. Okay, good. So I see the Ringo constituency, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to echo Ambrosius and asking if you can have access to the previous form, in the previous form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's duly noted. Are there any specific or any interventions which are directed to questions of frequency, duration, etc. In terms of that? Chile, please.
Yes, just to reiterate the point, perhaps a bit clearer, since I don't know if the colleagues also have not access to the form. It's hard to answer without the document that we are supposed to say the frequency of. So the recommendation was maybe after the meeting, 2 weeks consultation, and the boards can provide their ideas regarding all of this and also regarding the form.
Thank you very much, Chile. That's well noted. So if it's agreeable to members, we can circulate the document by tomorrow for input from members on a written basis, and that guidance can inform the subsequent work of the Secretariat. So with that, thank you very much. I believe that closes this particular item. Question to the Secretariat, just give us one moment. Okay, so we're just inquiring about the availability of speakers, and on that basis we move to agenda item 20, which is capacity building programs. So the Secretariat will provide an update on the CTCN's thematic capacity building programs in 2024, as well as an outline for ongoing and future activities this year. From the Secretariat, Jae-won, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Anna. So this agenda item will provide an overview of the CTCN's 2025 planned thematic capacity building programs. As you may remember, CTCN has taken the strategic and programmatic approach in developing our capacity building programs and network engagement programs. So the activities, because the activities needs to be inclusive and impact measurable in the project cycle from ideation to development to the implementation and impact evaluation. So CTCN has positioned the service area of capacity building as an input to ideation at a global and a regional level to support the ideation of multi-country or cross-regional or single-country TAs. Therefore, the TAs are the national level enabling environment establishment and tool. And these knowledge outputs coming from the national level technical system and the capacity building components embedded in these TA projects are feedback into the global to regional level for its visibility and scale up as to support the post-implementation phase of the project. So 4 programs that you're seeing here are the implemented either for project ideation and or scale up of completed TA at a global and a regional levels. Each program is designed to specific target audience. For example, global thematic program and collaborative RD&D, the research, development, and demonstration programs are for NDE specifically. So we do not accept any nomination of the ND representative to attend these programs. Whereas stakeholder and network engagement programs can be for technology focal point within the NDE team, because some of the NDEs are actually a team. Those have sub-technology specific focal point. In that case, we do accept the nomination from the NDE to attend these stakeholder engagement and network engagement programs as ND representative. In 2025, CTCN will disperse approximately US 1.5 million, which is 17% of the total CTCN budget, to support our NDs in leading the establishment and enhancement of enabling environment for climate technology transfer innovation at a global, regional, and national level. This calculation includes the ND's logistical support, and this support is in addition to the national level capacity building components that is delivered as part of the TA projects. The first one is the region-tailored thematic capacity building program over 2025 to 2026, and these will be trained with two thematic areas. The first is climate finance, and second is climate action, which are the critical to technology transfer innovation. If you remember the 3 or 4 technology thematic areas of the 2022 to 2024 capacity building of CTCN, those were green hydrogen, artificial intelligence, SF6, digitalization and innovation for agriculture and water. Tied up with these technology thematic capacity building programs that are done previously, we hope for the next 2 years to sensitize the NDs to the technology and finance and technology, climate technology and action. Considering the readiness level of the region in terms of the accessing the finance, SIDS and these will be capacitated with existing tools and techniques which can be measure the impact of TA in accelerating climate action at a national level. Then we'll be invited to make connection with climate finance in 2026. So we're flipping the order of these thematic areas to be tailored to the region's needs. Therefore, 2025 capacity building for Asia, Africa, and Latin America countries will be on climate finance, whereas for SIDS, it will be on climate technology and action, and we'll flip it over for the 2026. The dates are under consideration, but we do have a partner on board for the technology finance for Asia, which is World Bank and IDB, and we're in discussion with CAF for the Latin America capacity building on climate finance to be delivered together in conjunction with the UNFCCC's Climate Week next month. For climate action, which is for the SIDS, we are in discussion with the Australian government as well as the Australian network member to be the implementing partner of this capacity building program on climate action. Stakeholder engagement programs includes activities of CTCN jointly supporting the ND and NDA coordination at GCF's structured dialogue, as Hanzo presented, and the Secretariat both agreed. The regional forums, which is a traditional form of a platform where CTCN used to do the bilateral for project ideation with countries in person. We would like to keep leveraging on this in-person opportunity through this ND forum, but with the introduction of joint work program, work plan with the tech, this forum's been now serving as a platform where NDs are receiving a latest update on the technology mechanism as a whole, related informations. Therefore, the forums will be in a back-to-back format with the capacity building programs to increase the efficiency of our budget usage. 3 activities are developed for collaborative RD&D programs, which intends to engage global research institutions to the existing and arising partnership opportunities. There are 3, which is a seminar which introduces the concept of CRD&D that will be covered, and welcome your feedback, which is the next agenda item. Whereas the bridge building workshop encourages NDEs to nominate their national experts on certain technologies. So therefore, those nominated national experts on certain technology could be invited to the learning visits for South-South, North-South collaboration through knowledge exchange. This year's focus is energy storage system to align with the tech knowledge brief and its thematic area. Whereas the learning visit, it will be focusing on green hydrogen because we did receive the expression of interest from the countries from previous bridge building workshop, which are all through NDs. And we'll be adding the pure cell. Network ND engagement program, we have 2 activities plan, which we call Voluntary Technology Talk and Co-Creating Collective Solutions. The VTT, in acronym, is only for SIDS countries, and these either attend or nominate a colleague to attend exhibition on the climate or environment technologies that are rising, which in our term is a prospective network members on ground to be having a networking opportunity with our NDEs. Whereas the CCS, the Co-Creating Collective Solution Program, is for LDC specifically this year to support the enhancing collaboration between existing network members and NDEs. This is a tentative timeline for your photo. We do appreciate the members' participation to these series of activities planned throughout the year, and we do understand the burdensome that you have with your personal schedule, so we wanted to give this tentative schedule so that you can accommodate our programs over other programs and other busy schedule that you have. In order to increase the engagement of NDEs to these activities, we have called for preference from January to March this year. In 3 different languages, we have emailed our NDEs to tell us out of these 10 activities that are planned for this year, which one would you like to attend? We made this item in place to overcome the challenges of CTCN providing a tailored program to each NDE's needs and wants. Their person or a team and overwhelmingly having the workload at their personal level, high rotation at the organization level, and they are suffering from the sensitivity to the global politics at a country level. All these are confounding factors that we have no control of as Secretariat. However, as soon as we have the planned activities sorted internally, we communicated that to our NDEs to indicate of those activities which one will benefit the most. So those who have answered to these questions and the survey will be invited to register to the program that they have indicated for their participation, and the delivery of the program will be made for them. To give you the snapshot of the responses that we have gathered, out of 140 non-Annex 1 countries, NDEs, 52 responded. These are countries for each region. Slightly higher interest on global thematic capacity building program and CRD&D programs were observed, which is a great sign, we think, because these are designed mainly for the NDEs, whereas by program, Secretariat supports on updating NDEs with the TM-related information via NDE forum and learning visits, which are the national experts nominated by the NDEs to have knowledge exchange, found to be most preferred by our NDEs to attend. And as Ambrosio mentioned, to increase the easiness of users of our website to navigate our efforts on capacity building service area, we are under revamping the website. So this is a mock-up that we will have dedicated section for capacity building, and global, regional, and national level programs will be featured there for easy navigation of our available support. This is my last slide. Since there is no perfection in our work, but only the persistent effort to best support our NDEs, we very much welcome our network members' support, their in-kind contribution to better reach the NDEs. So here I would like to introduce the 2 network member-led capacity building activities. The first one is for the AFCEA program. Australian network member called Flinders University, they called for a webinar to support the co-design workshop for Pacific Islands to come up with the AFCEA 2 program that was held last week. And there will be a follow-up call by our TA team to make it into a TA request. BCI, which is our network member, will be giving FinTech course for free to 150 NDEs, and therefore the call for registration has been sent out to our NDEs. So thanks to our network members. Looking forward to have more engagement from our network members to our CB, but it has come to my end of the presentation. Back to Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jaewon, for that comprehensive presentation. So we have an opportunity now for comments, first of all from members. I see George, Chile, in fact. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very quickly going into the, moreover on the NDE consultations. Always when they show the NDEs that respond, I always wonder, did we do it? And I don't really know. It seems that we did not. I've been suggested this in the past. Perhaps it's a good practice to send to the focal points that they could add as EC. Because in our case, for example, the focal point is my boss, and she spent the last month, I believe, like 6 days on the office because she was traveling around Chile, signing different public-private agreements all around the country. So definitely, she's very high profile, receives quite a lot of mail, very likely that some of these mails will never get to her eyes. So I think it will be probably the same for many of them. This good practice to have like the backup. In this case, will be me that hope can answer this because this is very important and but that kind of small things is a loss that we sometimes for that very practical things we lose the opportunity to get the feedback of more in this. And again, thank you so much and appreciation to the presentation.
Thank you, Chile, for that practical point. Are there other members who wish to intervene on capacity building? Or indeed observers? If I see, I'm sorry, you're behind, I see BCI, yes, please go ahead.
Hello, on the behalf of BCI, I would like to invite you to our blockchain, fintech and emerging technologies course. In short version, I would like to tell you that this course will be dedicated to public entities where we hereby invite especially non-Annex 1 countries. However, the course, as mentioned, is open to other public actors and the fees varies on the profile of your entity. During the course, the stage 1, so it will take from 1 to 4 weeks, participants will be introduced to the foundational concepts of emerging digital technologies, including blockchain, DLT, artificial intelligence, and cryptocurrency. We will describe what is the difference between the digital assets and crypto assets and what are the uses for the technology and how to use it for the commercial performance, financial operations, and data management from a technical point of view, and also legal. Then stage 2 is the fintech and climate change, where we are going to discuss the direct applications of the blockchain technology, DLT, artificial intelligence, in the context of the climate change and the climate action. During the stage 3, the fintech in climate treaty implementation, the final stage focuses on the practical application of digital tools in implementing the Paris Agreement and other climate frameworks. This course, in general, aims to promote the European Union standardization and regulatory efforts to promote our local standards. As you may know, the European Union is the world leader when it comes to the personal data protection, consumer protection regulations, EU blockchain and distributed ledger frameworks, the Artificial Intelligence Act, and the EU Semiconductor Act. Upon successful completion of the course, we are gonna most likely issue an unforgeable token as a certificate of graduating the course, which you may also embed to your ESBI wallet. We are going also to provide you more information about the latest updates on the European blockchain services infrastructure that I just mentioned. And if you would like to learn more, we invite you to visit our website or contact our representatives on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for introducing the BCI's course and The BCI has been a partner for CTCN for some years, and we appreciate that, and also the collaboration with Flinders University, which was introduced earlier on. So just one more opportunity if anyone cares to intervene on this item. But seeing no flags, thank you once again, Jae-won, for presenting the great work on capacity building. So we now come to a coffee break, and we shall take 15 minutes for our coffee break. So if we come back at 2:55, please. Thank you.
Dear members, please take the seat. We will proceed with the next agenda item.
Thank you, colleagues. Let us continue our meeting. So we go back to agenda sub-item 19.4, spotlight on the adoption of a circular economy strategy in Costa Rica. We will receive, I'm advised, a presentation from the NDE of Costa Rica on the technical assistance. So I'm pleased to invite Mr. Carlos Cordero Vega, Secretariat of Sectorial Planning of Environment and Energy of the Ministry of Environment and Energy. So Carlos, if you are with us, you have the floor and you are welcome to begin your presentation.
Thank you very much, Stefan and colleagues. Many greetings from Costa Rica. It's very early here, but it's a pleasure to me to present the circular economy progress in Costa Rica. Next slide, please. Costa Rica has already done a route to the circular economy based in our national decarbonization plan, sustainable consumption and production policy, and national determined contributions. Also, we have a national bioeconomy strategy and the National Council of Environmental Accounts with the material flow accounts and another environmental accounts has been development in the last year. But all this basic route of the Costa Rica circular economy before 2020 need next steps in that moment. Next slide, please. So these next following steps consists in develop specific planning tools and strategies in specific circular economy issues. Because as you can see, before 2020, we have a very general sustainable public policy. I mean, Costa Rica is very known for its public policy and environmental and sustainable issues framework, but in circular economy specific issues before 2020, we don't have anything. We don't have anything in the specific issues. Next slide. So we started with the local level, with our step-by-step guide for circular economy in Costa Rica in 2021, leading for the Ministry of Environment and Energy, institutions involved in the municipality local level, the municipality of Turrialba, a location here in Costa Rica, and of course with the support of CTCN. This step-by-step guide search the main steps for the transition in the local level with a context analysis, vision and objectives, identify circular opportunities for a local level, policy development, because as you can see before, Costa Rica has a very strong framework of public policy and sustainable issues, but in the local level, not always is the case. So we need to encourage more policy development with circular initiatives in the local level. Local government's role with essential for promoting circular economy practices to due to their close connection with communities. Many ideas based in the local and social local shares, value chains. Expected benefits, social well-being, CO2 reduction, and decreased resource extraction. Next slide, please. So after the local level, we take the next step to the national level, because in the national level, we don't have anything public policy in circular economy. So we decide to create our first national circular economic strategy in 2023, leading by Ministry of Environment and Energy again, and with the support of the CTCN again. And this public policy in the national level promote economic strategy, competitiveness, and social welfare through the circularity of material flows in productive sector with efficient waste management and less intensive consumption of natural resources, reducing pollution and allowing regeneration of natural capital. Next slide, please. We chose 5 priority sectors based in the importance of the GDP, GHG potential, and employment, green employment generation. And that 5 priority sectors are construction, trade and service, agriculture, fisheries and forestry, manufacturing or industry, and tourism, because like probably many of you knows, the tourism is one of the main, our main economic activity in Costa Rica. Next slide, please. We choose also 5 strategic axes of action. In first place, brands with circular economy principles, circular industry, circular cities, network of territorial circular innovation centers, one of my favorite axes because promote the local development with so many opportunities. In Latin America, we have so many opportunities in the local level outside of the cities, and is in these specific areas outside of the cities is where we need more action to develop in sustainable issues. And finally, circular construction and resilient infrastructure. Next slide. And also 5 enable mechanisms. As you can see, the governance is in the middle, in the center of these enable mechanisms, and financing the circular economy, always a nation, public management for competitiveness, education for the transition to the circular economy, because it is very important in our country to include the education, the environmental education, but also the circular education to promote the innovation in the people and circular innovation model. And I would like to go deep in the governance. In the next slide, please. Yes, because the governance is another issue very important for us. And this national strategy of circular economy promote the first circular economy committee. This circular economy committee is an intersectoral circular economy mechanisms of coordination with so many different stakeholders, important different stakeholders in the country, including public sector with the main ministries and institutions involved in environmental issues, health issues, trade issues, and data and information issues. But also the plus to me of this committee is the involvement of different chambers of the trade and private sector, which are very, very interested in to be part of this of our committee. So it's a very good thing for us, because through this committee we can achieve a more close relation with the private sector. And in the last days, we are including also the financing sector, and of course, academy sector. And in the future, we need to include a social society or civil society into this committee to have the complete vision and the complete stakeholders in the circular economy as opportunity to development in the sustainable terms. Next slide, please. Also, we continue to development more fantastic products with the hand of the CTCN. And in the last year, in 2024, we developed in the finance sector, the first diagnosis of the circular financial ecosystem in Costa Rica, with very interesting results, high potential sector for economy financing in Costa Rica, manufacturing and agriculture, plastic and sugarcane sector, identified as high potential, and circular innovation include plastic resin for recycled materials, clothing processing and repair, and biomaterials and organic fertilizer production, because Costa Rica and so many countries in Latin America has very better condition, in ecosystem condition, biodiversity condition, to produce biomaterials of high quality. Next slide, please. Also, in the 2024, we have our first categorization system for circular economy. That is a very, very important product for us, again with the hand of the CTCN and led by the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and seeks to enable involving in financing, involving the institution of finance in the circular economy, contributing to the country's agenda for the transitioning to the circular economy and sustainable finance. This category system is strengthening the framework of our green taxonomy and initiatives aligned with the national climate goals in participating countries, which is very carried out in parallel with Chile, Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Dominican Republic. And circular finance refers to financial service and tools that support the transition to more circular business models and value chains. Next slide, please. And our more recent product, leading by the Ministry of Environment and Energy, and inside of this same project with the CTCN hand, we have the Circular Economy Training Program for Financial Institutions this 2025 that happened between December and February, last December and last February, and more than 20 financial institutions participate in this training program and learned how include circular projects inside their offer, inside their financial offer. The main financial institution assist and in this training program. So we are very happy with this result, this high expectation with the circular economy from the financial institution. And for this training program, the financial sector was very interested to be part to the committee in the circular economy issues in Costa Rica. Next slide. Our next steps consist in two big steps for our country. We are creating the first circular economy public policy because the strategy is it's a national level, but it's not a public policy. Public policy is more umbrella. The strategy is more specific. So we are creating the first public policy. This public policy is more in the Ministry of Health in Costa Rica, but of course, the Ministry of Health is inside of our intersectoral committee of circular economy. So we are working in team. And in this moment, the circular economy bill is already being discussed in the Legislative Assembly. Another next step, big step that we hope to take in this year. So this is a very, very brief to the progress of the circular economy in Costa Rica. So it's all from my side, and many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for this very interesting presentation. So we now open the floor for any comments or questions from members or observers. And I see the colleague from Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Costa Rica, for your very vital presentation. Actually, circular economy is a very important matter. I guess it's an issue of adaptation and mitigation at once. The co-benefits, which is we can call it. This is the strategy which is collaborated with the CTCN and other partners from your country. We would like to know what is the next step. Is there a national plan for each priority sector that you have highlighted from, I guess, 5 priority area? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Egypt.
Carlos, if I may, we'll just take all the questions together and then we'll come back to you. I see Chile is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to provide a bit of context, Chile is part of the technical assistance mentioned by Carlos. Hola, Carlos. Un gusto escucharte. This is an example of multi-country request that was based on something that usually we do not talk about that much, but it's very important. The CTCN sometimes does this very proactive work through mainly what is the work on the ND forums. They capture the priorities of several countries that are part of a region. They see what they have in common, and sometimes they come back with a draft proposal that the countries can comment on. Originally, there were 6 Latin American countries. Some of them, as you many times have been said, changes on governments that create disruption. 4 remain as part of this. There were changes in the history, so this technical assistance has quite a long history. And then started implementation. The change of focus was actually very well thought. In our case, now it's going into it's a complementary to our taxonomy. Chile is working on a taxonomy that doesn't include circular economy. The circular economy will bring into a taxonomy in 2030, 2028. But I actually have a statement that I will share with the director, because this is part of impact statement for this, of the Chief of Sustainable Finance of the Minister of Hacienda, the Finance Ministry, stating that until this is officially a part of the taxonomy, this classification system could be used by the different stakeholders to guide how to finance. So that's quite a strong and impactful statement. So just to emphasize that this kind of technical assistance could have a very huge impact. And of course, much appreciated the presentation by my colleagues. And now I will need to apologize because now I just have the meeting that we're defining the number on our NDC. I'm invited to a meeting. So I will come back after that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chile. And of course, that sounds like a very important engagement. Are there other colleagues who wish to intervene on this item, including observers? So I see no other flags. Carlos, would you like to respond to those two interventions, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I would like to answer to Egypt because the next steps, once you have a strategy or a public policy, I always say that is the 0 or the 1 step, because the implementation of that strategy or public policy requires so many steps and is bring to the real life to the public policies or the strategies. So it's the hard part of this creation of public policy. So the next steps for us is the implementation. In this moment, we are working in the monitoring, reviewing, and verification system for our national strategy in circular economy. So with this system of the monitoring and reviewing and verify the results, we are trying to have more scientific evidence about the empty between these 5 priority sectors and the real needs in the implementation phase, because maybe the need is identified in the diagnosis on the or at the beginning of the formulation phase, maybe can change with the pass of the time, and we are living in a very, very fast world, so the need is maybe change, the technology maybe change, so it's very important to have this system to monitoring, reviewing, and verifying to the implementation and identify the empties and the real needs to formulate new solutions.
Well, thanks again, Carlos, for joining us, and we wish you a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So before we move on to the final item, I understand there's an announcement from the Commission.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, before we move on to the next agenda item, I think for the colleagues that have been here in previous meetings, you know that we try to organize a dinner for everyone. So I spoke to a couple of you, and our suggestion would be that we have a dinner this evening, and this is open to all the members, to Secretariat, to observers, anyone who wants to come along, and that we would do it at 6 o'clock. So essentially, as soon as we've finished today, we go to the restaurant. And we found one that is called Kini Kini, which is an Indonesian restaurant. They have vegetarian alternatives and food for dietary restrictions. And the Secretariat has kindly agreed that they will help us book a table. So my question is, if you would like to join the dinner today, could you please raise your hand so we know how many seats to reserve? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and I know, yeah, Ambrosio as well. So, okay, so 13 of us, something like that. Perfect. Thank you very much, and see you.
Thank you very much to the European Commission. So we do then turn to the final formal part of our agenda today. Item 21, collaborative research, development and demonstration, 2 sub-items. The first focuses on an overview of collaborative RD&D program activities delivered in 2024 and 2025, and the second part will present the document Collaborative RD&D Strategy 2025 to 2030 that was previously shared. So I pass the floor to the Secretariat. I understand Suil will be presenting, and we'll continue the discussion from there. So Suil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Suil, Coordination Officer working at Partnership and Liaison Office, PALO, in Incheon, Korea. I will present collaborative RD&D activities since the last AB meeting. So this slide shows a bridge building workshop led by the PALO. So PALO organized 4 days workshop in Seoul and Incheon. So we had 21 participants, including 6 NDs from 17 countries. Especially we had one ND representative from Brazil. So the objective is to foster global South-South, North-South, and triangular partnerships on collaborative RD&D. We had some outputs. For example, there was a dialogue between Thailand ND and Korea Institute of Energy Research team for the joint RD&D on green hydrogen production. At the one technology exhibition, there were 31 bilateral meetings between NDE participants and also participating companies. And at another Incheon International Environmental Technology Context, co-organized with the Incheon Innovation Cluster, there were 19 bilateral meetings between NDEs and participating companies. Also, because PALO is now 2 years and 8 months old, PALO is trying to pilot some collaborative RD&D technical assistance project. The first modality is TA support for pre-feasibility study, considering for the small-scale demonstration at the later stage. So now you can see there is one under implementation project requested by the Papua New Guinea. So its title is pre-feasibility study on ocean energy, focusing on salinity gradient energy technology and electrochemical ocean thermal energy conversion. The implementing partner is Korea Institute of Energy Research, KIER. So it has started from September last year. So total budget size is $246,500 US. So objective is to conduct a pre-feasibility study on ocean energy, specifically focusing on salinity gradient energy technology and EOTech, including blue battery technology. Now there is another TA project support under development of response plan. The TA was requested by Uzbekistan. So title is feasibility study for groundwater desalination and resource recovery in Uzbekistan. The implementing partner is Korea Institute of Industrial Technology, KITEC, and objective is to enable Uzbekistan to enhance its climate adaptation efforts, specifically by preparing for pilot-scale process that can treat saline groundwater and recover valuable minerals. The second modality for under the collaborative RD&D is TA support for feasibility study, feasibility toward later RD&D activities. Now the one TA project requested by Bangladesh is on the implementation, and then the implementing partner is KITEC. So it is feasibility research of solar electric-based cold warehouse equipped with low temperature latent heat material for fruit storage in Bangladesh climate conditions. Actually, the latent heat material is developed by the KITEC research team. The objective is to introduce solar electric-based cold warehouse equipped with low temperature latent heat material for fruit storage in Bangladesh climate conditions. And another TA project under the development of response plan is the request, TA request by Côte d'Ivoire. It is regarding the sustainable biochar production. And the implementing partner is Korea Institute of Energy Research. So at this stage, we are trying to pilot such collaborative RD&D TAs with the Korean organization, research institute, but we will expand those practices to practices globally. Okay. This slide shows a COP29 side event, which is partnership with the Greek Pavilion. The objective is to explore strategies for strengthening national system of innovation and advancing collaborative RD&D. So our vice chair was the moderator, and then there is two key messages from panel. For example, Director of UNU Progress, he highlight three critical perspectives to enhance the success of innovation and deployment. First one is planning for impact from the outset. Second one is tailoring national innovation systems to the specific needs of sectors and context. Third one is considering key factors such as power dynamics, legitimacy, and urgency. Also, Joel from African Center for Technology Studies, he delivered how to fostering, scaling, and commercializing innovations. He highlight localizations, as you know, developing solutions by local people for local challenges, and sustainability as a key factors for the success. And he also highlight the need for a clear commercialization strategy to ensure innovation remain viable, and also he highlight the empowerment of local agency. This slide shows another partnership with the CGE from Brazil. It is follow-up activity of COP29. There were 3 virtual meetings this year. So objective was to understand the function and activities of CTCN and CGE, including technical assistance, collaborative RD&D, and capacity building, and to develop collaboration in innovation and technology development and transfer. Ariesta, our director, was one of the key participants, and Pedro, tech member, and Emily, AB member from Ringo, representative, were the key participant. And after that, now CGE is preparing to be apply for the Citizen Network membership, and also we are continuously developing collaboration. This slide shows activities, partnerships with the Korean government-affiliated research institute, KGRIs, during Citizen Director's mission to Korea at the last week of February this year. So we had, we visited 3, key, one Research Institute KIST campus, and also we had meeting with the NIGT team, and also we had a chance to talk with researchers from 3 GRIs regarding the challenges in the collaborative RD&D implementation. Okay, this slide shows some exposure to the Korean media of Palo activities. Especially it's about CRD&D bridge building workshop, and then you can see even it's Korean media, you can see some English UNEP, CTCN, and ND. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Suil, for that comprehensive update. So our proposal is to take the 2 sub-items and then take interventions. So let's move on to the second sub-item. So following the update on the development of the RD&D strategy at the 24th Advisory Board meeting, the Board requested the Secretariat to circulate the revised strategy for written feedback from members. So with that, we turn to sub-item 21.2 and the reference document Collaborative RD&D Strategy, presenting the finalised strategy following the written feedback from members. So I invite Woo Jin from the Secretariat to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Woo Jin Han, and working as a senior climate specialist of CTCN Secretariat. And thank you for taking your time already to review this strategic framework in February. So today I will go through the key aspects of this framework, and as well as the feedback from AB members and the responses. So as Chair already mentioned, the idea of this framework was first proposed during the last AB 23 in April 2024. And then at AB 24, the draft was presented by Secretariat, and the Advisory Board requested the full document be circulated ahead of AB 25, which is the current meeting. So last February, the full document was already shared with AB members, and I will revisit the feedback and responses later in this presentation. So background, as the implementation arm of the technology mechanism, the CTCN is responsible for promoting climate technology transfer and national systems of innovation. One of the 2 enablers of the CTCN emphasized the importance of a collaborative approach for RD&D in contributing to technology transfer. Aligned with this, the CTCN Palo was established in 2021 and serves as a center of excellence for collaborative RD&D. So the parties have discussed the CRD&D since 2007, with its importance reaffirmed in the Paris Agreement and the technology framework in 2018. The objective, the ultimate goal of the CRD&D is to systematically support developing countries in responding to climate change. This includes promoting sustainable technology transfer and contributing to their national systems of innovation and endogenous capacity building as well. So here we propose the concept of CTC and CRD&D as follows. A range of activities related to research, development, and demonstration of climate technologies based on mutually beneficial collaboration between technology providers and demanders, contributing to the national systems of innovation and endogenous capacity building for developing countries. The CRD&D involves multiple countries or regions working together on RD&D projects, and it spans across the entire technology lifecycle from early research, TRL1, to demonstration stages, TRL7 and higher. So this framework proposes 5 activities and their sub-activities. The first one is a joint development of CRD&D project between recipients and providers. In order for CRD&D project to follow CTCN's demand-driven approach, pre-discussion among stakeholders, including NDEs and potential implementing partners, are essential. We plan to continue to use existing modalities such as webinars and ND fora to identify and develop CRD&D projects. In the past, these efforts have been primarily centered around network institutions in Korea, as Seoul has mentioned before, where Palo is located. However, in the long term, we aim to expand this process to other regions such as LAC and Africa, and other network members globally. And the second one is regarding tailored support strategies aligning with each CRD&D project. So we are grouping CTC and CRD&D into 4 different types depending on a country's level of national innovativeness and how ready they are for climate technology cooperation. So this table shows the concept and the characteristics of each type and estimated cost. For example, the first one, the technology transfer package, is targeting the low innovativeness and the low readiness countries. So this is provided to full support, including localization, operation, and management to implement climate technologies. And the estimated cost is $250,000 to $750,000. So you go back to the slide. There's also a suggestion to secure separate funding for CRD&D project in the long term. And we also believe it's important to have a proper project management for CRD&D projects, along with opportunities for knowledge sharing and capacity building. The next is discussion. First, CRD&D plays a crucial role in technology transfer. It allows developing countries to access advanced technologies and tailor them to their own needs, building endogenous capacities to tackle climate change. Moreover, CRD&D strengthens stakeholder engagement, governance, regulations, and innovation systems, all of which are essential for an effective climate change response. And as a center of excellence for CRD&D, this framework will be mainly implemented or led by CTC and Palo. However, there are some challenges as well. This document estimated the cost based on several assumptions, and it's expected that about $5 million will be needed annually. But considering that CTCN's annual budget is about $10 million, this is quite a challenging cost. As an alternative, we believe seeking pro bono contributions could be a viable option. And lastly, it's really important that we encourage cooperation between research institutes, universities, and the private sector, and stakeholders in developing countries. A great example of CRD&D collaboration is the twinning arrangement between the Thailand NDEs and Korea Institute of Energy and Research, focusing on green hydrogen production. So please refer to the estimated cost for each activity for the proposed period. From 2026 to 2030, the annual cost is estimated to be slightly more than $5 million, and about 80% of them will go towards the CRD&D project. So here's main feedback from AB members and its responses. So first one is why the strategic framework is not aligned with the timeframes of the POW or integrated within it. So contents of this framework will be incorporated and formalized within the AOP or a POW accordingly in the future. Please note that this is a reference document, and And the second one is, it is suggested to frame CRD&D as a subtype of TA rather than a separate pipeline, as its concept is very broad and overlaps with existing TAs. In the short term, we plan to implement CRD&D as a subtype of TA and are already operating it using the PALO's existing funding. However, in the long run, our goal is to establish a separate pipeline for CRD&D, and securing pro bono funding for CRD&D could also be an alternative approach, as already mentioned. And the next one is that it is necessary to clearly distinguish between TA and CRD&D. So strengthening the capacity of developing countries is essential, and this is a key objective of CRD&D. Since the purpose of CRD&D differs from that of TAs, a separate funding strategic approach is also required. The next one is about the cost, estimated cost. So we understand that the estimated cost is challenging considering the global context and discussions surrounding climate change. Therefore, the support from various stakeholders, including AB members and governments, is essential. We encourage strong interest and engagement of yours. The next one is that the RMP strategy should be referenced in the discussion on CRD&D project funding and the budgetary issues, especially as bodies like the GCF and international financial entities I mentioned. So its commencement is referenced in the discussion session. And there were some requests for clarification of the concept and additional explanations. So those are already reflected as shown here. And this is my end of my presentation. And thank you. And over to Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Woojin, for that presentation. So the floor is now open to AB members for any inputs on this area of work. I see Japan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for the presentation. And the document also facilitated our understanding of the initiative. Reading the document, I had an impression that the kind of activities planned under this initiative this can be done through existing modality of CTCN, including technical assistance and capacity building and knowledge sharing. So I think it could be potentially counterproductive to create a new modality, developing a new set of rules and procedure, which will cause confusion and also could cause extra burden for a secretariat for management and operation. So it would make more sense to me if this initiative is explained as a kind of a program which does not create any new modality, but rather utilize existing CTSN modalities in combination, including technical assistance, knowledge sharing, and capacity building. And by the way, the program can include multiple technical assistance and capacity building and knowledge sharing. So it will not be bound by the budget limitation of a single technical assistance. So that's why my suggestion is reconfigure this initiative as kind of a program rather than completely new modality, which is separate from technical assistance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Next is the European Commission, please.
So many thanks to the Secretariat for this presentation. I think it really helped me get a better understanding of what kind of technical assistance that the CTCN can offer in this area, and it helps to explain the concept to me. I think this really connects to some of the points that were also raised by non-Annex 1 parties this morning, because for me these kind of projects are really an example of how the CTCN can partner with can collaborate with local partners to build capacity in the country, and that relates very much to the work on national systems of innovation. As raised by Japan, I second that point on like I leave it up to you and the Secretariat to decide how you wish to frame this, whether you see this as a separate program, or if you feel that there's a need to create a separate pipeline just for this. Because of course, there are resource implications, but I leave that up to the Secretariat to decide what you think is needed for this and what is the best solution. Then, in terms of the activities delivered, so very much want to thank Palo for this work. I think it's a good example of the kind of regional south-to-south collaboration that is enabled thanks to Palo, and I really commend this work in general, and I want to thank the Republic of Korea for their role in making this work possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is very simple. I like very much that you mentioned that there is a difference between the technical assistant work regarding CTC and the RD&D. My direct question is how this program will deal with the intellectual property rights, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to open the floor to any observers who may wish to intervene. I see Colby College, please.
Thank you, Secretary, for the presentation, and Vice Chair for the opportunity. I would love to see a little more clarity on the deliverables of CRD&D. For example, after the full life cycle of the project, what is the vision for these projects to move forward? For example, if Bangladesh saw very high value in cold warehouses, would the projects be funded as a TA under CTCN in the future, or would it be up to the ND to decide whether they want to scale it up or not? So having some more insight on that could be helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seeing no further requests for the floor, let us return to the Secretariat to respond, please.
Okay, thank you for the valuable question. I'll just respond to the question from Colby University. Yes, actually, we are really also considering the scale of, for example, like funding for the demonstration of those project after completion of collaborate RD&D TA. So we are trying to consider or invite or collaborate with other funding sources for demonstration at the beginning of the implementation of the collaborate RD&D TA. Thank you.
Yeah. First, thank you for the comments. So we fully understand that your concerns regarding the fundings and budget capability are constraint on pursuing this CRD&Ds. So as you mentioned, Japan, I understand it's gonna be really a little bit of a burden for some countries to have this modality as a separate program or separate funding. So we already proposed this to start with using the existing funding, which is TA, and we are already doing it with the existing TA funding allocated to the Palo office. But we are proposing that considering the characteristics and importance of CRD&D, it will be great to have a separate program or separate funding for CRD&D. But as I already mentioned, I believe it's based on the availability of funding, of course. So we are seeking for the pro bono opportunities as well from one of the parties. I believe this could be addressed for the European Commission as well. So if it's not clear, please please. Is it enough response?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, and for the property rights, I believe it will be dealt with the same as the TAs. So, yeah, do you want? Sorry, let me add one. It would depend on the agreement of collaboration for low TRL. It could be a joint IP.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I don't wish to deprive anyone of an opportunity to speak, so are there any further interventions on this work? Okay, well, thank you to both members and observers for the feedback given to the Secretariat on this area of work, and we look forward to hearing about it in future meetings. Please just give us a moment to confer about next steps for our meeting, colleagues. So colleagues, as we are significantly ahead of time, we propose to take one of the items that was scheduled for tomorrow, communications and outreach, but we need 5 minutes just to prepare the presentation. So this is an opportunity for a comfort stop or a cup of coffee, but we will continue in 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Let us continue our work with one more item for today's session. So, agenda item 22, communications and outreach. So at our 24th Advisory Board meeting in September, we reviewed the CTCN Communications Work Plan for 2025 and planned engagements at COP29. Today, the Secretariat will update us on the communication activities undertaken since the last Advisory Board meeting. So, Anastasia and Isabel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will be brief. Today, we will start with the content overview from the website. Since the last AB, on the website, we had 13 news press release items published. We had 3 web stories, including one big story in collaboration with the UNEP published on UNEP website. We had participated in one podcast also in collaboration with the UNEP team, UNEP adaptation team, and on the website we had published 9 calls for experts. This is just a reference of all the comms pieces from the website, and I'm pretty sure many of you had a chance to familiarize yourself through website and social media and read it in more detail. If not, we're happy to share more links, then you have time to go through the stories. On the newsletter, since the 24th Advisory Board meeting, the CTCN Secretariat issued 7 newsletters with one special edition on COP29. We have average openings of 64%, which is really good. In the past, we used to have between 40 and 50%, depending on the issue, and now the average is really above 60. So it's we take it as our small success. Also, in the past 6 months, we had more than 1,000 subscribers, as you can see, new to our newsletter, and please, we encourage you also to let us know if your colleagues or partners would like to follow. They can subscribe, or we can add them to our newsletter if you can share the emails with us. Social media. These are my favorite parts. If you look at the numbers, they're amazing. On LinkedIn, we had 147,000 plus users reached. We had almost more than 2,000 new followers, more than 4,000 page views, and almost 3,000 reactions received. As you can see, comparing to X and Facebook, LinkedIn remains our most popular platform. And also a small note here that Secretariat considers maybe fading out of X and going into Instagram, given the popularity and what our audience prefers. This is the type of content, and in here, I'm pretty sure many of you follow us on social. We publish regular calls for proposals, like with network members, for CTCN partners. If anyone's asked us to support, we disseminate it through social. We publish on events, conferences we participate, and our content like stories developed, podcasts, stories for social media only. This all can be found on all 3 platforms. Just to highlight, we had recently launched small campaign on green hydrogen, which was the 2nd edition of Green Hydrogen Knowledge Product. And the campaign was featuring different case studies, which can be found on our LinkedIn and Facebook mainly. Going into analytics, this is on website. We had more than 100,000 active users since the last AB. Of course, as you imagine, the most clicks and most organic search were received around COP And around, as we were approaching 25th Advisory Board meeting, we could see the tendency of users growing. Also, the most, maybe just to highlight, the most popular pages is network member application, homepage, and search of different technical assistances. And top 3 countries of users are the United States, India, and Philippines. Media monitoring, as already mentioned in the director's presentation, in August last year, we started from the very beginning, we started media monitoring, and the numbers already are impressive. So we will continue comparing with the last year when we have analytics for the whole year, and for this year we will be comparing and providing an update on this. But you can see that also the majority of keywords and the most mentions we of course received during COP. And many of these are coming from not traditional but online media outlets. And here I will pass the floor to my colleague Isabel to continue.
Thanks so much, Anna. So I think everyone in this room, around this table, understands the value of positive storytelling, really engaging stories, and showing the impact on the ground of our TAs, I think especially perhaps in this political environment. And so that's really what we continue our focusing on, together with partners who can amplify our messages, including UNEP and so forth. We are lucky to have the various programs that Nadezh has spoken about, and under the FCA program, we did a wonderful interview with Nadezh where she spoke about how innovation is helping with adaptation to climate change. This was a UNEP climate adaptation podcast series, and it got a lot of attention. Which is wonderful. And we continue to look for podcasts where we can feature speakers as guests. So if you have any ideas, we are not going to create our own podcast series. We just don't have the woman power for that. But we would love to feature people, either CTCN staff or, of course, NDEs or project implementers and so forth on podcasts. So any ideas for podcasts that you're aware of, where you think that we would be a good fit, please send them our way. As Nadezh mentioned earlier, we developed 25 fact sheets for AFCIA 1 projects. These fact sheets show really the impact on the ground, and we're going to do a social media campaign leading up to COP, where we feature the various TAs and link to the fact sheets this year to get some bang out of the buck, so to speak, on these fact sheets. We are also very lucky to have had a wonderful video and web story written about our St. Kitts and Nevis drought forecasting TA, which I'm going to show you just in a minute. And we have videos coming up and web stories on Malawi, Georgia, and Nepal, as Nadezh mentioned. These are videos that are going to be taken. Malawi has already, the consultant has already done her work. Georgia and Nepal are upcoming. And then we have an impact report that will feature the lessons learned from the AFCIA 1 project. This, of course, informs AFCIA 2. And it's going to be launched at COP30 together with UNDP. For AFCIA 2, we have so far mainly focused on the launch from a comms perspective. That means 7 webinars to reach as far and wide as possible to potential interested party stakeholders, those wishing to apply for the financing. One thing that we did for AFCIA 1, which I think has been very much appreciated, is this interactive dashboard that Nadezh also mentioned. I think that what makes it so special is, of course, the interactive nature of it, but also that there are a variety of pie charts, and really you can really dig down and get all the project statistics from looking at that. So if there's financing, we would love to do that for other programs as well. Let's see if playing this video works better now. Look at that. And is there also volume? Is there sound? I'm not sure there is. That may be more difficult. So, of course, there is a hyperlink in this presentation to this video. This is the shorter version of the video. There's a longer version as well, about 4 minutes. This is just over 1.5. And it is really a wonderful video. If you didn't have a chance to see it, please go to our social media. Anna posted about it. And of course, you have access to these PowerPoints afterwards. So here, I'll let you, thankfully we did subtitles. But you can't, your heart melts when you hear Ms. Jaffrey's accent and how she talks about climate change. So please do watch it at your own leisure as well. So this is Cheryl Jeffers, who I'm sure many of you have met, the NDE in St. Kitts and Nevis. And there we go. And we will have 10 more of these. Let's see here. So we're lucky to have the EC supporting the EC Climate Change and Security Program, as Nadej spoke about earlier. There we developed, again, fact sheets for each of the 10 programs, TAs. And currently, we have a wonderful videographer called Miranda Tasker, who is going to these 10 countries. Well, not all 10 countries, because of security risks, actually, in some of them. But I think it's 7 out of 10. And it is Colombia, Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, Cameroon, CAR, Chad, Zimbabwe, Nepal, and Pakistan. She is doing videos. You've seen some of her work already in the back there. Some of those photos are from her. And we have even more. And it's really National Geographic level in quality, I would say. Here's another one. She's also going to help us produce 10 web stories on the same countries and TAs. So we're really looking forward to a lot of time was spent in 2024 laying the groundwork for this. So it's now finally coming to fruition, and we'll be able to reap the benefits of having these wonderful assets that really talk about impact in 2025. So we both look forward to, I'm sure Anna looks forward to making our social media accounts explode with these stories. And then finally, we've got, again, an impact report also to be presented at COP. As I mentioned, in 2025, we are laying the ground for more positive storytelling with focus on impact. This, of course, covers blogs, podcasts, interviews, both for adaptation, but also mitigation projects, videos, as I mentioned, fact sheets. We're going to be using them continuously. 2 impact reports, as I mentioned, a photo exhibit. Nadej mentioned that we have a photo exhibit, both a virtual one that we're preparing for COP together with the Adaptation Fund, as well as a physical one at Adaptation Futures. And then we're going to be present at new types of conferences, Water Week in Stockholm, Adaptation Futures, and so forth, places we haven't been before. So we're hoping to reach new audiences there. And here's another wonderful photo from Miranda in Nigeria. Those are two projects of the Mopan worm harvesting project in Zimbabwe, where she's going very soon. In fact, yeah. So very keen to see those photos as well. Those are worms that they dry and eat for protein. Yeah, exactly. So, and then a couple of comments on resources. I don't know that our resources are fully comprehended by everyone, and I think that we need to reach audiences as well. to really showcase the wonderful, wonderful publications that are available. Anna mentioned the Green Hydrogen. There are 2 editions of that, but we also have a wealth of other publications. So do feel free to take a look at that. And a link to that will be presented tomorrow as part of the resource mobilization package. And now back to Anna.
Yes, now we dive into CTCN at COP29. And many of you already received probably the stories and links during the COP and the newsletter that was featured after. So this is just a snap, what happened. And in total, you know, we had the aggregated trend of mention activity across all social media was about 364, excuse me. An average volume of mentions in the media was 26 per day, which is we of course to repeat, we don't have comparison because we didn't monitor it last year, but this is impressive for CTCN to have these numbers with little subscribers, for instance, on social. Total reach of mentions, both media and social media, was, you can see, 88.7 million users, which is, of course, calculating users for different media online outlets that have millions of users that go through different articles every day. And social media highlights, many of you here also participated in different events and activities on behalf of on CTCN, and this is just a snapshot of different social media stories we had during COP. Thank you to everyone, and maybe we can do even better this year. This is just statistics on social media engagement within COP just for these 2 weeks. And you can see that on average, CTCN was posting between 23 to 35 social media posts per day, depending on the social media platform. And of course, again, here probably you pay attention to LinkedIn because it was our main platform of communication. And thanks to many of you here, because we kept tagging you and you were sharing messages and we received more engagement, and therefore more people attended our events, and that was also good for boosting our outreach at such global event. Newsletter, just to recall what happened, and then just briefly on future activities. CTCN, in communication perspective, will continue its ongoing collaboration with UNFCCC, tech colleagues, UNEP, UNFCCC, and WIPO to co-share our messages, develop new social media campaigns, and do more joint stories together as we already did in the past. Maybe a comment here is that on social media, we will try to test new different types of content, and you will see more activities coming. This is also just testing to understand what works, what doesn't work with our audience. And please feel free to let us know your feedback in written, then you see these things. We also have planned events and outreach campaigns through ASEAN NEC, as mentioned by my colleague Isabel, along with Youth Climate Innovation Program and our capacity building initiatives. Yes, and as mentioned, we will be experimenting more with social, so please also, if you have some ideas, and I know a couple of observers in the room already, reach out to us. We appreciate it, and let's work on this together. Thank you very much. Over.
Well, thank you very much, Anastasia and Isabel, for presenting this excellent work. So we now have an opportunity for members. I didn't see who was first. Perhaps I understand Chile was first, perhaps. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. Sorry I was not able to participate on the previous agenda item, but it was, as you correctly said, that was a very important meeting, the one on the mitigation number on the NDC. Regarding the proposal on RD&D, I made some comments to this by mail.
I'm sorry, Ambrosio, just to clarify, we're on the agenda item on communication.
Yes, I'm going to comment on both, because I'm sorry, I missed the previous.
Okay, please go ahead.
But just to clarify, agenda item on RMP will be tomorrow. The comms package will come as.
No, I understand that you're addressing your comment to collaborative RD&D. Is that right? Please go ahead.
Yes. Just because I sent a mail towards a draft that was shared before the meeting. It's not, just want to say, it's not that might be against the idea. So I don't want the Secretariat to get the impression that that was the intention. Just important that is well focused, because it was not clear from the proposal chair at the time how this differentiated of something that you will do with traditional technical assistance. That was the core of my comment. I wanted to clarify that it's not against, just perhaps with more focus, then also can be more impactful in terms of the added value. I also made a question in the same mail that's a bit related to the comment on focus regarding guidance provided by the parties at Sharm el-Sheikh, where the guidance was encourage the CTCN when implements the program work to make use of pilot and demonstration projects in identifying local champions who could showcase successful implementation of technology solutions. And I mentioned that because I felt that it was kind of aligned with what it seems to be some of the intent behind this idea. And I asked if there is an update on or follow up on the implementation of that guidance at that time. And that's a question I'll keep it. I don't know if to be answered right now, but it would be nice to be informed of if that has some level of implementation and we're identifying local champions to showcase the technologies for pilot and demonstration projects. Now with the comms, congratulations to the COM team and excellent work on diffusion. It usually pops up on the LinkedIn. That looks very professional. Probably beyond the congratulations, my only comment, maybe we can focus on fewer social media networks. So it seems that the one that perhaps is more directed to people that are engaged with the current projects might be LinkedIn. I don't know the current status of Facebook because I don't have an account, and I would be reluctant. But I also don't have an account, but maybe you can assess. I don't know if at this point in time it actually provides any value to have, especially for people engaged on climate change, to keep engaged on the other network that we have an account. And in a way, I think that probably validates the use of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next is Georgia, please.
Good. I was the last, I think. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for all the work to the communications team, and about the technical assistance that we are doing in Georgia, so we have already completed. So because of, I thought that we were running out of time, so I didn't comment then, but yeah, so it's a very important project. It's a project for technical assistance that that David presented about the early warning forest detection system in Borjomi Kharagauli protected area. So it's a very important area for us, and it is shared by 6 municipalities, and a lot of people are gonna benefit from it. So I just wanted to say that it's a very important project that we really appreciate, and as well as it's a very good story, and that's why the team is coming to Georgia to report, to do the photo as well as video reporting. But sometimes, so here comes my suggestion. So sometimes we are more into like broadcasting to the international community, and we are less, I don't know what, less active in broadcasting to the local community, because I do not think that local communities, they do know that the project like that so exists, and that they are going to benefit from the project. And especially, I'm pretty sure they don't know that who is the supporter of the project, and I think that that really matters. So I know we've talked about this, but I think that it's equally important to show this story, the impact that we do to the international community, to have these stories for the social media as well as for YouTube, but also to somehow try to these kind of stories to be local media also, like the national media, to catch this kind of stories and spread the word. There are many ways how to do that, I'm pretty sure, because I don't know, but one of the things is that as NDs are also mostly in the ministry, so the ministries, they have, it doesn't matter which ministry, but ministries, they have public relations department usually, or I don't know, something, but so it's something that we can put some effort and also try to show this story. And it's not just a story, yeah, it's also a very important, especially in our case, so it's a very good project that we are assistance that we are talking about. So yeah, and if then these high quality materials, because I loved these stories, because the quality matters, we all know that. These high quality materials, maybe if it will be available for the ministry or for, I don't know, I really do not know, you know that better. Maybe we can use these high quality materials for the either national or local media outlets. And so this is something, it's not, I think, only for Georgia, but in general, so I think it's really important these stories to be shown to the local people and they to also know these benefits. I have a question. Question is all about budget spending, because in 2024 we saw that maybe you are uncertain this, but somehow I missed it, and ignore me if you have done so. So then the communications budget, so for 2024 it was not spent so to the fullest. The positively we can also frame it that there are some saving. So what are the reasons for that? So I think there was this question, and I also want to know about that. And yeah, so this is, I think, in the last thing. Once again, I said I follow you on LinkedIn, and this is I'm the least person to ask about social media suggestions. I really think that that's good. That this is for the professional audience. So this is how it is. But I think that, as far as I know, you also have a different kind of approaches and materials for different social medias, because not everything fits, yeah, and everywhere. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Bingo constituency, please.
Hi, thank you for the floor. So I've seen much higher budgets deliver less. So congratulations, it's a really, really good work and high level quality. We cannot take it for granted. It's a hard work, I can see that, so congratulations at first. Second, I screened the entire social medias, and I happened to make a suggestion to, not to you, but the board members. Social media, it's all about sharing. And the more you share, the more your content is streamed. So it would be really good if every time that they post something we could share on our own. That helps a lot the efforts. I think that's a good one. Then I think, of course, storytelling, it's super important, and it's the opening door. But as I can see from the discussions from yesterday and today, we have two kinds of stakeholders that are very important. One are the NDs. We have lots of engagements with them. They have to learn, they have to understand. So maybe we could think on ways to target our message to them on how to make requests, how to engage. And if they do the right thing, they might appear on the social media as well, and they might share that. So I think having them sending messages on LinkedIn that could trigger other NDAs to make the question why I'm not appearing there. I would like to be there as well, and maybe start working. So that's one. And the other, it's resource mobilization. So how those stories were funded, and why it's relevant for multiple sources of money to come. And I say this because sometimes a story is very good, but people have a hard time having insights on what they can do with that story, what is their part on that. And that goes to the, directing messages. Instead of focusing on multiple channels and multiple social medias, I think we should target on the audience that might be better. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Adaptation Committee, please.
Thank you. I want to congratulate about the excellent work that you have been doing. there is a good opportunity to work together with the AC in the AC bulletin that we are promoting. As I mentioned in the morning, we have the financial adaptation bulletin, and now we are growing at trying to get all of the initiatives related to adaptation in this document. It could be a good opportunity to work together. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is the European Commission.
So many thanks to the Secretariat for the presentation, and I echo the points by Ambrosio and Angela to really congratulate you on your work. And I think it makes sense for the Secretariat to continuously revise which social media channels that are the most relevant for you, and in case you want to phase in or out of specific channels, I entirely leave that for you to decide, but I think it makes sense. And yeah, indeed, thank you for sharing these stories, and I think that these concrete examples of technical assistance are really what helps make the CTCN and its actions really concrete and relatable for people. And for the project on the Mopane worms drying technology, I've never tried them. I have no idea how they taste like, but maybe we can find them for dinner at the next advisory board meeting. I have a question, which also was raised by Katavan, that yesterday we talked about the CTCN finances and that we had 300,000 that was budgeted for communication, and that you managed with all these amazing outreach with essentially just 75% of the budget. So based on that, like, what would you say is the reason for why you spent 75% of the budget? Do you have additional ideas for what you could do additionally? That would be interesting to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is WIPO, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to express my appreciation, or our appreciation, of the work done by the communication people. And we have had a very good cooperation the last year in cross-posting stories and developing them. And I just appreciate the effectiveness of the team in doing that. It's been really good, and I hope we can continue to do that. The remarks on social media, it is very much a changing landscape all the time. So I also hope that we can continue to should we say, exchange experience and try out new things and what work and what media. We are, like you, grasping a little bit in blindness when trying to find out what actually works and is efficient. And finally, on the website, I think the CTCN website was redone a year or two ago or something like that. So I was just wondering what you have of plans for that. Do you have any further upgrading plans, or what do you want to do on that one, if anything? Thank you.
Thank you. Colby College, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing all of those insights on communication. Absolutely incredible job with the number of viewership as well as engagement. And as someone born in 2001 and Gen Z, it's almost compulsive I share something about social medias. So echoing what Georgia said, it is definitely important to have presence in national media. And I think one of the ways, which you guys have already explored, is through podcasts. For example, the New York Times runs The Daily, which is one of the top 10 podcasts in the world currently. BBC has the documentary podcast that has shared a lot of climate-related news. And then there's NPR that has featured multiple climate negotiators in the past. So we could partner with some of those programming. In addition, TED Talks. I think having one person from this room in a TED Talk would be absolutely phenomenal. Everyone would love to listen to that. And following what Bingo mentioned as well, in some ways, like big social media presence could be helpful. There's this organization called Projects for Peace that supports university students with grant work. And their social media model is just phenomenal. They have an annual view book. They do project highlights, but they also invite other relevant individuals who are not directly related to share their voice on what peace means. So maybe we could do something similar for CTCN as well. And for countries, for example, that don't have podcasts that are ran by national news channels, maybe we could present it as advertisement when we're watching TVs. And participating in these could help us with this in terms of cost, and share some of the things that have been going on. Thank you.
Thank you. And Canada, please.
Thank you very much. First, I do want to also join the others in congratulating you. It's an impressive amount of work. The numbers are the numbers are as well are impressive, and clearly you're working really hard, which is very much appreciated. I do want to also echo the link that a couple of colleagues here made from between communications and resource mobilization. So I think this is a really critical thing to focus on, and it could possibly be the #1 motivator for your communications, which is why LinkedIn is probably your best bet as well. And something that Angela had said really rings true is that sometimes you need to lead a horse to water, because you might communicate something, but sorry, Angela, I don't know if you didn't put it that way, but you might communicate something, but they don't really know how it's relevant to them necessarily. And I was thinking potentially if you have some private sector partners or others that you've worked with who have seen a benefit in their work with you, you could do some posts that have like a quote from them and maybe lead to a story about why working with the CTCN was really great for them, what doors maybe it opened for them. Could be not just partners that you've worked with, it could be network members, but to try and translate the experience for those outside of our circles into why this kind of partnership should interest them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. So I think there were a number of questions as well as general comments. So over to the Secretariat to respond, please.
Thank you very much. I will start with Chile question on having fewer social media accounts. Yes, this is the plan. As mentioned, CTCN is willing to reduce the number and focus on main platforms where we have most engagement to communicate our messages more concrete and not as vague on different platforms. Then to Georgia, thank you very much. Suggestion to broadcast into local community. This is something we already have on our radar. And including with media monitoring, we can see that local media do share our news. Like we had media mentions in French, in Spanish, in Korean, as you could see on some slides, in Russian. And this also gives us an opportunity to reach out to this media because now we know that they exist, right? So we can do this local media mapping with the platform, which probably by the next TB you will see more that we try to establish with Bridge with local communities. But also we welcome the suggestion then the EC stories and ASEA stories are developed. We can keep updating the AB members, and you can maybe help us reach out to the communication and media team in your countries or in the government that could help us spread the message, because working with different governments in the field, I know that every person in the media has access to all local media communities and they just send it as email blasts. So that would be, of course, of great help and support. Then a question on budget, answering to Georgia and EC. Yes, there were some things delayed in terms of procurement. Unfortunately, this is why we have underspending. But also CTCN focuses and produces many things internally. Like most of the social media designs you see there, they are not from companies, but this is done internally. We also reduced printing of things, so it also reduced budget, right? And now we're looking into the opportunities, how we can, meet the budget that we have in terms of production of new content type, like podcasts, doing different stories, maybe investing more in video. So hopefully next year we will have more with the same budget. Then maybe just to highlight on Bingo's comment to share the content on LinkedIn. Also, we ensured we tag many members in relevant social media posts. So if it's of interest to your audience, we welcome you to share that. On request, a question on how we can communicate more for NDEs on submitting requests and doing some targeted campaigns. We already discussed with the technical team that potentially we could maybe do less on social media because we cannot monitor how many NDEs follow us, right? But we can do targeted newsletters because we have a database and we can launch, including with the WIPO we discussed with, we could do a series of newsletters on green technology database, for instance, on how to submit the request. So this is already work in progress, and hopefully next CB we will report more on that. Then on adaptation committee, thank you very much. Let's take it bilaterally. We would love to collaborate. And then podcasts, The Daily New York. We also want to hear more about that. That sounds very interesting. On TED Talks, it's a very interesting format. I think for CTCN, sometimes it's challenging to adopt, to implement it, given the topics and the mandate. But maybe for future youth programs, we could take that into account, of course. And a proposal from Canada, how we translate these experiences, this is also well taken. We will try to work with our RMP colleague, Julia, who will present more tomorrow, how we can basically tell this story to create this link more between communication and RMP. And if Isabel wants to add something.
I don't think I have a lot to add to that. Excellent. Thanks, Anna. I think that we would be happy to share the photos. I think it was you who asked the photos to be shared. But as long as they are, of course, credited to the right person. So if we share them with local media, we can do that, but they have to credit them, right? And usually that's the sticking point, because they usually want to take their own photos. But we discussed a little bit yesterday about how to reach local media and how to engage them and come and do their own video reportages. I think that TED Talks is a really interesting thing, and now that we have Ariesta with us, we have a person who can also. We've been without a manager for a little while, and so it was difficult to do that. But with a new head, we can do some TED Talks, perhaps. And I think that having a clear call to action at the end of a message is vital. And to use specific audiences, specific call to action. I think you're spot on. Sometimes we don't have time to really think through that, but it's absolutely relevant. Thanks.
Thanks very much. So I see Papua New Guinea has an intervention.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to also share our congratulations and gratitude to the communications team. They've, as I have observed, put out some very high quality product. I have, I guess, a couple of points I wanted to raise. I see you're quite active on LinkedIn, and we're also involved on other platforms like Facebook and X, formerly Twitter. I wonder, is that the extent of it, or are there other platforms that we are or have been or would like to be involved with? And is any consideration given to the slightly controversial nature of X these days? It's not what it used to be. I still find a lot of good content on there, but certainly in some circles people find it a little bit controversial. So, I mean, that's my first point. What other platforms could we be involved with? My second point is, have we considered paid content, trying to pay to expand our followers, our reach? I know some people think that's a bit inauthentic and not genuine, but I think we have a very important job to do. And if we can pay to expand our reach and largen our footprint and get more followers, I think that's worth considering. And certainly, if it's cost efficient, then why not? My third point is that we now, as I think all know in this room, are well into the era of artificial intelligence, and we're finding that now a lot of people are now bypassing their Google search and they're going straight to ChatGPT or to one of the other AI platforms to ask them questions. And I think one of the lessons of this is that you have to make content that can be searched and scraped and recorded by the AIs and incorporated into the answers they give. So I'm just wondering, is there a strategy for that? Is that on our radar? Can it just be a natural product of the communications products we're putting out, or should we somehow formalise that? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those points. Would the Secretariat like to respond, please?
Thank you very much. As mentioned earlier in the presentation on social media channels, we will be fading out of X, former Twitter, and we are looking into opportunity launching an Instagram account just to understand if we have relevant audience and interest coming from that platform. We will maintain LinkedIn and Facebook because on Facebook, even though we have little outreach, it's true, but many people coming from Pacific and Asian region are on Facebook. That is what we see. So unfortunately, they are not on LinkedIn, I would say, so we need to maintain that. On boosting content, paying for content, due to the UNEP policy, we cannot do that. That's why we encourage members to share content organically, so we can get more outreach organically. Of course, if it's partner organization and we do some joint events with private sector, with different organizations, they can do and they can boost their content. That is okay with us. On ChatGPT, which is a funny thing, then preparing for the ABI, I even Googled ChatGPT CTCN. So it's searchable and you can also play with that, but we can look into the strategies, how we can, this is also one of the reasons why we will be testing new content and new stories to make it more searchable, including on platforms like that. But so far, it's I would say it's not that bad. If you talk to ChatGPT, CTCN is there. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much. WIPO, please.
Thank you. Just a comment on the paid search services like Google Ads and stuff. So we do that for the Green Technology Book. We pay quite a lot for it. I don't really like it, but it's absolutely necessary. And I'm sorry to hear that UNEP won't allow you to do it. I think you should reconsider it, because you can have the best product in the world. If you don't get it out there, nobody will read it. And we can see on the visit numbers, we had for the Green Technology Book 1.4 million unique visitors. And it is thanks to the Google Ads. If we don't have the Google Ads running, which actually I don't think we have right now, but then you will see that the numbers just go down really, really quick, and it's very depressing to see. But that's just how it is. There's so much out there, and it's impossible not to. But if UNEP doesn't want to allow these kind of things, then there is this called SEO, or search engine optimization. So, and if you have unspent budget, maybe you should spend it on hiring an SEO consultant to go through the content. We have a person in WIPO who is doing that all the time. And it's a process where basically they just find out what words that has the most hits on the internet that we should use to include in our titles and chapters and all that. It does make the chapter titles more boring sometimes, but according to what these experts tell us, then it makes it much more efficient for a number of hits. So just a suggestion there. And we're of course happy to work with you on that also and share our experience, whatever we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Colby College, you asking for the floor?
Yeah, just wanted to add a quick comment on the generative AI piece as well. So I'm also a student in artificial intelligence, so I've been learning a lot about how the models are made. And I think you were very right in saying that a lot of people are these days sort of just directly going to Google Gemini or ChatGPT to find out answers. And the way to sort of like optimize content for that is kind of very similar to how we have always looked at SEOs. High quality content, that will get the best results, but it would also encourage a little bit of precaution when you're thinking of generative AI, especially because of a lot of conversations around how they are scraping content and how it's not original content that are being like shown and they're sort of profiting from it. So it could always be a relevant discussion around it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, yes, Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the ChatGPT, I have put CTCN and the answer came to me in Arabic. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that real-time test of the technology. So I think we've heard an overwhelmingly positive reaction to the communications and outreach work of the Secretariat. I certainly share in that. And we've also heard a lot of interesting suggestions, including suggestions for partnerships, as well as what can be done to strengthen this work even further. But it's quite clear that we're doing, the CTCN is doing a lot better in this domain and is doing very well indeed. The Secretariat has taken note of all comments, even those which were not directly responded to here. So thank you very much to Isabel and Anastasia for this. So that concludes our work today, colleagues. We will stop here. Georgia, you have a comment?
Yeah, I have a favor to ask to Ariesta. So as far as I know, the most of the CTCN colleagues are here. And so I wanted to ask it to you tomorrow, but tomorrow I'm leaving a little bit early, so I won't be here. So I would like to ask you to introduce us, CTCN colleagues, and who is responsible for what, so just for us to know. Secretariat colleagues, I mean. I think everybody's here because of the retreat, so we have this luxury of having them here. And for me, Anastasia is usually the entry point, so whatever I need, I ask Anastasia and she directs me. But I think if you explain me better, maybe you will save Anastasia from me.
Thank you, Georgia. I'm sure the Secretariat can briefly do that. We were at great danger of finishing before 5 p.m., but I think you've saved us from that fate. So Ariesta, do you want to do a quick...
Yes, thank you very much, and happy to do so. I think we can start really from the colleagues from the end at the back, and then very briefly, please mention your name and as well as what are you doing with the Secretariat, with the CTCN. Thanks. Daye.
Yep. Hello, everyone. I'm Daye. I work on network and working here for 4.5 years now. So I'm also trying to engage network members better and doing analysis for future strategies.
Hi, my name is Wu Jinhan, and I work for CTCN as a senior climate specialist, working on collaborative RD&D strategies, and also the network engagement with Daye, and also I am leading the negotiation for the Palo arrangement extension. Thank you.
Well, I'm Viviana, program assistant since 8 years ago, working on procurement, HR, administration in general.
Hi, I'm Nima, working with CTCN since the beginning, so when CTCN started. So I'm working mainly in budget, financial management, and grants management in close collaboration with RIMA.
Hi, I'm Rima. I'm the administrative officer of CTCN, and I've been working with the Secretariat for the last year. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Jaewon. I'm capacity building and network engagement specialist, developing, implementing, and monitoring CTCN's global and regional programs on capacity building and network engagement from Songdo, South Korea, taking missions as well to the region. Thank you.
We're actually not in the luxury of the full CTCN team because some of them will still arrive tomorrow and after tomorrow. I'm Valentin. I'm responsible for the mitigation portfolio in Africa, also leading the Youth Climate Innovation Program and representing CTCN on some joint task forces with the tech on industry decarbonization and digitalization.
Hi, I'm Julia. I work on resource mobilization and partnerships, and also do donor reporting, and that includes the AOP and the JAR, etc.
Hi, everyone. My name is Suil. I'm working at the Palo, and my major activities regarding the collaborative RD&D, and then also I'm involved in several coordination work with the GCF, Korean government, and also research institute. Thank you.
Nadej, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Nadej Trosselier. I'm the Global Program Manager for CTCN. Thank you.
We also have a member online. Molly, please.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me.
I am Molly Sharon. I'm based in Nairobi and I work as a climate technology specialist. I'm also working with Anna closely on as a gender focal point of the CTCN. I also do some analysis of our TNA work. Thank you so much and very nice to see everyone.
Hi, I'm Isabel Hogbrink, and I'm a communication specialist.
Hi, I'm Anastasia Turmenko. I'm governance and communication specialist. And also, as Molly mentioned, we work together on gender.
And we also have three members that actually five members that are still traveling. Two from Songdo office, Huyong and Wuyong. Robinson is traveling this evening from Nairobi, and Ramiro and Roberto are traveling from Panama. Of course, I shouldn't forget my senior advisor.
So I'm Jonathan Dwin. I've been working for UNEP for the last 20 years now, and I was there at the early stages of the CTCN, engaged in preparing the proposal with all the consortium and everyone. And I just recently came back in July last year when Rajiv moved to his new position. And I'm still supporting now Ariesta to try my best for her to have a soft landing in the world of UNEP and the CTCN with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Round of applause for the whole Secretariat. So thanks again, colleagues, for a productive day. We will continue at 9 a.m. tomorrow, our final day. I hope to see some of you at the dinner tonight. Thank you.